What's going on, everyone? It's Harry Fictional Hub here. We've got something amazing for you today. What if Lord Potterblack audited Hogwarts and found Dumbledore had stolen the Founder's artifacts at age 5? Real quick, if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Join thousands of story lovers and hit that subscribe button. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, Inheritance and Inquiries. The massive oak doors of Gringotts' inheritance office swung shut with a resonant thud that echoed through the marble chamber. Harry Potter stood perfectly still, staring at the ancient ledger spread before him, its yellowed pages covered in elegant script that documented centuries of Potter family transactions. His fingers traced the most recent entries, payments to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry spanning back decades. "This can't be right," he muttered, more to himself than to Ragnarok, the senior accounts manager who stood at his shoulder. The goblin's gravelly voice cut through the silence. "The ledgers of Gringotts do not err, Lord Potterblack." Harry had only recently claimed both titles after his 17th birthday, still adjusting to the weight of the twin signet rings on his fingers. The Potter ring was warm gold with a griffin crest that seemed to pulse with his heartbeat. The black ring, obsidian with silver inlay, felt cooler, almost calculating against his skin. "I understand that, Ragnarok. What I don't understand is why the Potter Vault has been paying Hogwarts 3 times the standard tuition fees for generations, with a 4th payment labeled as Founder's Tithe." Harry flipped back several pages. "And here, the Black family made similar payments until my grandfather Arcturus ceased them in 1976. Ragnarok's expression remained impassive, but his long fingers twitched slightly, the goblin equivalent of raised eyebrows. "The Founder's Tithe is an ancient obligation, Lord Potterblack. Few remember it today. When Hogwarts was established, the founding families entered a magical covenant. In exchange for certain privileges, they agreed to maintain oversight of the school's operations." Harry looked up sharply. "What privileges?" "Access to sealed sections of the castle. Authority to audit school finances. The right to inspect the Founder's artifacts and ensure their proper maintenance." Ragnarok's dark eyes gleamed. "Rights that have, it seems, gone unexercised for nearly 50 years. Harry's jaw tightened as he studied the payments. The Potter family had faithfully maintained their obligation while receiving nothing in return. Worse, the payment amounts had increased dramatically since 1981, the year his parents died. "Who authorized these increases?" Harry asked, his voice deceptively calm. "Albus Dumbledore, as your magical guardian." Of course it was Dumbledore. The man who had kept Harry in the dark about everything from the prophecy to his family legacy. Who had manipulated events from the shadows while presenting himself as a grandfatherly mentor. And no one questioned why a guardian would triple payments from his ward's account. The goblin's lips twisted in what might have been a smile. "We sent quarterly statements to your magical guardian. Any concerns about how Lord Potter's inheritance was managed would have been his responsibility to raise." Harry closed the ledger with deliberate care, though his magic crackled visibly around his fingertips. "I want a complete audit of all Hogwarts-related transactions from both the Potter and Black vaults since 1981. And I'll need documentation of the original Founder's Covenant." "The Covenant details are housed at Hogwarts itself," Ragnarok replied. "But we can provide copies of all financial transactions by tomorrow morning." "Do that." Harry slid the Potter ring against the black one, feeling their magic resonate. "And I'll need to speak with Bill Weasley. Immediately." Bill Weasley looked up from his desk when Harry entered his office 3 hours later, surprise registering on his scarred face. "Lord Potterblack," he said with a slight smirk. "Still can't believe you ended up with both titles." "Just Harry is fine," Harry replied, clasping the offered hand. "At least when it's only us." "Then what can I do for you, just Harry?" Bill gestured to the chair across from his desk, cluttered with maps and runic diagrams. Since returning from Egypt, Bill had established himself as Gringotts' premier cursebreaker for British operations. Harry dropped into the seat, leaning forward. I need someone I can trust who understands ancient magical protections and knows how to break them without triggering catastrophic consequences. Bill's expression shifted from casual to professional in an instant. You've got my attention. What do you know about the Hogwarts Founders' Covenant? Bill blinked, clearly caught off guard. Only legends, really. The four founders created Hogwarts on land that was already magically significant. The covenant supposedly bound their families to the castle's well-being. His eyes narrowed. Why? Harry placed a folder on the desk. Because it appears I'm being charged for services never rendered. The Potter family has maintained financial obligations to Hogwarts based on that covenant, but hasn't exercised its rights to oversee the school in generations. And you're planning to, what? Audit Hogwarts? Bill's voice held equal parts amusement and concern. That's exactly what I'm planning. Harry's green eyes blazed with determination. Something isn't right. The payment increases coincide too perfectly with my parents' deaths. And there are other discrepancies. Such as? Ragnarok mentioned founders' artifacts that should be regularly inspected. I've never seen anything at Hogwarts identified as belonging to the founders except the Sorting Hat and Gryffindor's sword. Bill whistled. You realize you're talking about potentially confronting Albus Dumbledore on his home turf? I do. Harry's expression was grim. That's why I need a team I can trust. Someone who understands curse-breaking, someone who knows the law, and someone who can navigate the political minefield this will undoubtedly create. I'm guessing I'm your cursebreaker, Bill said with a wry grin. The law expert is obviously Hermione. But politics? He raised an eyebrow. Not exactly your strong suit, Harry. Which is why I need someone who excels where I don't. Bill leaned back. You're thinking of approaching a Slytherin. I'm thinking of approaching Daphne Greengrass. Harry's fingers drummed against the armrest. Her family has maintained neutrality throughout both wizarding wars while accumulating significant political capital. And she's never shown any personal animosity toward me. Bold move. Bill nodded approvingly. When do we start? Tomorrow. Can you meet me at Grimmauld Place at 9? I'm speaking with Hermione tonight. Bill extended his hand. Count me in. Breaking into the hidden sections of a 1,000-year-old magical castle to audit the greatest wizard of our age? Beats cataloging cursed teapots. Harry's laugh held little humor. Let's hope it doesn't come to breaking in. Though I suspect Dumbledore won't simply hand over the keys when I ask. Hermione's reaction was exactly as Harry had predicted, initial outrage at the financial improprieties, followed by fierce determination to uncover the truth, culminating in a research frenzy that had her surrounded by legal tomes in Grimmauld Place's newly renovated library. The Wizarding Educational Charter of 1197 explicitly states that founding families retain oversight rights in perpetuity, she announced, looking up from an ancient text as Harry entered with 2 mugs of tea. The ministry can't legally block you. They'll try, Harry replied, setting her mug beside a stack of parchment covered in her neat handwriting. Fudge may be gone, but Scrimgeour is just as invested in controlling Hogwarts. And Dumbledore has the Wizengamot eating from his hand. Hermione blew on her tea, her brow furrowed. That's why you need Greengrass. Among other reasons. Harry settled into an armchair across from her. Her father holds significant sway with the neutral faction, and she herself has connections throughout all 4 houses. Plus she's the only Slytherin who's never laughed at Malfoy's Potter stinks badges, Hermione added with a small smile. Harry shrugged. There's that. Have you approached her yet? I'm meeting her for breakfast tomorrow at the Silver Cauldron. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Upscale choice. I'm not going as Harry Potter, former Gryffindor seeker. I'm going as Lord Potterblack, preparing to exercise ancestral rights that may disrupt the entire wizarding educational system. Harry ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair. Besides, neutral ground seemed appropriate. Well, while you're wooing Ms. Greengrass to our cause, Hermione ignored Harry's eye roll, I'll compile everything we need for a formal audit notification. We'll need to invoke both charter rights and inheritance law. How soon can we move forward? Hermione's expression grew serious. Harry, are you certain about this? Confronting Dumbledore directly, especially after everything that happened last year with Voldemort's defeat, it could be seen as vindictive. This isn't about vindication, Harry said quietly. It's about truth. Dumbledore has operated without oversight for decades while systematically drawing funds from my family vaults. I need to know why. And if what you discover damages his reputation permanently. Harry's eyes hardened. Then perhaps that reputation needed reassessing all along. The Silver Cauldron occupied the upper floor of a Georgian building in Wizarding London's financial district. Unlike the rustic charm of the Leaky Cauldron, it catered to the wizarding elite with understated elegance, crystal chandeliers enchanted to emit a soft glow, tables spaced for privacy, and windows charmed to show whatever view the patron desired. Harry arrived 15 minutes early, dressed in formal robes with the Potter and black crest subtly embroidered on the collar. The maitre d' recognized him immediately. Lord Potter Black, he said with a respectful bow. Your private room is prepared. Shall I escort you, or would you prefer to wait for Miss Greengrass? I'll wait, Harry replied, scanning the restaurant's tasteful interior. Is there a place I can observe the entrance without being immediately visible? The maitre d' didn't bat an eye at the request. Of course, my lord. The alcove by the eastern window provides an excellent vantage point. Harry tipped the man generously and positioned himself where he could watch patrons arrive. Old habits from the war hadn't faded, never sit with your back to the door, always know your exits, assess everyone who enters. Daphne Greengrass arrived precisely on time, moving with the practiced grace of someone born to privilege but without the haughty arrogance Harry associated with families like the Malfoys. Her ash-blonde hair was swept into an elegant updo that emphasized her high cheekbones and clear blue eyes. She wore formal robes in the Greengrass colors of midnight blue and silver. Harry stepped forward as she scanned the restaurant. Miss Greengrass. Thank you for coming. If she was startled by his sudden appearance, she didn't show it. Lord Potter Black. She inclined her head slightly. Your invitation was intriguing. I hope the conversation proves equally so. He gestured toward their private room. Shall we? Once seated with privacy wards activated, Harry noted how Daphne studied him with careful assessment rather than immediate judgment. It was refreshing after years of people who either worshipped or despised him on sight. I admit I'm curious why the man who conquered would request a meeting with me specifically, she said after their drinks were served. We've hardly exchanged 10 words in 7 years at Hogwarts. Perhaps that's precisely why, Harry replied. You've never approached me with preconceived notions or hidden agendas. Her lips curved slightly. Everyone has agendas, Potter. Harry, please. He leaned forward. And yes, everyone has agendas. The difference is whether they're honest about them. Very well, Harry. She set down her teacup with deliberate precision. What's yours? Instead of answering immediately, Harry placed a folder on the table between them. What do you know about the Hogwarts Founders' Covenant? Surprise flashed briefly in her eyes, the first genuine emotion she displayed. The magical agreement binding the founding families to Hogwarts. It's largely considered historical footnote now. The rights it conferred have gone unexercised for generations. Not entirely unexercised, Harry corrected, opening the folder. The financial obligations have been maintained, at least by some families. Daphne leaned forward, quickly scanning the documents. Her analytical gaze sharpened. The Potter Vault has been paying substantial sums. Far beyond standard tuition. Triple the standard rate, plus the founder's tithe. Without receiving any of the oversight benefits the covenant guarantees. And you intend to rectify this oversight? It wasn't a question. Harry nodded. I'm assembling a team to conduct a comprehensive audit of Hogwarts, financial records, property accounting, and magical artifacts inventory. Bill Weasley will handle any protective enchantments we encounter. Hermione Granger is preparing the legal framework. And you want me to handle the politics, Daphne concluded. Smooth ruffled feathers when you start poking around the most revered educational institution in Britain. I need someone who understands the complex web of relationships and obligations in wizarding society, Harry acknowledged. Someone who can anticipate resistance and help navigate around it. Daphne sat back, studying him with newfound interest. You've changed, Potter. The boy I observed at Hogwarts would have charged in without concern for political consequences. War changes people, Harry said simply. Indeed. She tapped a manicured finger against the folder. What triggered this investigation? These discrepancies have clearly existed for years. The payments increased dramatically the year my parents died, the year Dumbledore became my magical guardian. Harry's voice remained steady, though his eyes darkened. And according to Gringotts, there are artifacts belonging to each founder that should be regularly inspected by the Covenant families. I've only ever seen Gryffindor's sword. You suspect Dumbledore of misappropriation? I suspect Dumbledore of many things. I'm seeking evidence before making accusations. Daphne's expression became calculating. This won't be simple. Dumbledore has carefully cultivated his image as the benevolent guardian of wizarding education for decades. Even with charter rights on your side, you'll face resistance from the Board of Governors, the Ministry, and likely the faculty. Which is precisely why I need you. Harry held her gaze steadily. Your family has maintained connections across all political factions. You understand how to apply pressure without creating unnecessary enemies. And what do I gain from this arrangement? Her direct question carried no offense, merely pragmatism. Besides potential revelations that could reshape Wizarding Britain's power structure. Harry smiled slightly. The Greengrass family would establish itself as a key ally of both House Potter and House Black. And you personally would have access to historical records and magical knowledge that have been hidden for generations. Daphne considered for a long moment. When do we begin? Tomorrow morning. Grimmauld Place at 9. Harry extended his hand across the table. She took it, her grip firm and confident. I hope you realize, Potter, that once you open this door, there's no telling what we might find on the other side. That, Harry replied, feeling the first real spark of connection between them, is exactly what I'm counting on. Hogwarts stood majestically against the summer sky, its towers and turrets gleaming in the morning sunlight. Harry led his team up the path from the main gates, tension building with each step. The castle had been his first true home, but today he approached it as an auditor rather than a student. The headmaster's office is on the third floor of the central tower, Harry reminded them as they crossed the courtyard. But we'll begin in the records room adjoining the Great Hall. According to the Covenant, that's where the original charter and financial ledgers should be housed. Bill walked beside him, dragon-hide coat containing an array of curse-breaking tools. Hermione followed, levitating a case of legal documents. Daphne completed their quartet, her formal robes and composed demeanor projecting authority. They encountered their first obstacle immediately inside the entrance hall, Minerva McGonagall, standing with arms crossed and lips pressed into a thin line. Mr. Potter, she said, notably omitting his titles. The headmaster was quite surprised to receive your notification this morning. I'm sure he was, Professor, Harry replied evenly. Though given that the Potter family has maintained Covenant payments for generations, perhaps he shouldn't have been. McGonagall's gaze swept over the group, lingering briefly on Daphne before returning to Harry. The headmaster has requested a private meeting before you proceed. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Hermione interjected smoothly, producing a parchment bearing the official seals of Gringotts and the Ministry archives. The Wizarding Educational Charter of 1197, Section 4, paragraph 6 clearly states that Covenant audits must begin without interference from current administration. Private meetings could be construed as an attempt to influence findings. McGonagall's nostrils flared slightly. "Miss Granger, I hardly think, Professor," Daphne cut in, her voice respectful but firm, "we're not here to disrupt Hogwarts operations unnecessarily. However, Lord Potterblack is exercising rights explicitly preserved by magical law. Obstructing a Covenant audit carries significant penalties for both the institution and individuals involved." The subtle threat hung in the air. McGonagall studied each of them in turn, her expression unreadable. "Very well," she finally said. "The records room is through that door beside the staff table in the Great Hall. I must advise you, however, that some archives may have been relocated over the centuries." "We appreciate your cooperation," Harry replied. "If we require assistance, we'll be sure to ask." McGonagall nodded stiffly before turning to leave. "I should inform you that the headmaster is currently meeting with the minister in London. He's expected back this afternoon." Perfect, Harry thought. Time to find what they could before Dumbledore returned to interfere. The Great Hall stood empty of students for the summer holiday, its enchanted ceiling reflecting wispy clouds against blue sky. The team crossed to the small, unobtrusive door McGonagall had indicated, a door Harry had passed hundreds of times without noticing. "Interesting," Bill murmured, drawing his wand. "Notice me not charm," expertly applied. "Renewed regularly too, judging by the magical signature. Can you disable it?" Harry asked. "Already done," Bill replied with a grin. "Basic stuff for a cursebreaker." The door yielded to Harry's touch, then stopped abruptly after opening just an inch. "Blood ward," Bill said immediately, kneeling to examine the threshold. "Old magic, tied to the founding families." Harry didn't hesitate. He pressed the Potter ring against the door, feeling magic surge between them. Nothing happened. "Try the black ring as well," Hermione suggested. The blacks were closely connected to Slytherin's line. Harry pressed both rings to the ancient wood. This time, the door swung inward with a deep, resonant groan of hinges unused for decades. The records room beyond was circular, with a domed ceiling enchanted to glow with soft golden light. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with leather-bound tomes and scrolls. At the center stood a massive oak table inlaid with the Hogwarts crest. "Remarkable," Hermione breathed, already moving toward the nearest shelf. "These must be the original administrative records." "Focus on financial ledgers from the last 50 years, Harry directed. "Bill, check for additional wards or hidden compartments. "Daphne, help me look for anything referencing the Founder's artifacts." They worked methodically, sifting through centuries of school history. Hermione quickly established a timeline of financial records, while Bill discovered a hidden cabinet behind an illusion of solid wall. "Harry," Daphne called after 20 minutes, "you should see this." She stood before a glass case containing a massive tome bound in midnight blue leather with silver clasps. The cover bore the united crests of all 4 founders. "The original Covenant," Harry murmured, stepping closer. "Yes, but look at the display." Daphne pointed to 4 empty pedestals surrounding the book. According to the inscription, this case once held personal tokens from each founder, meant to be displayed with the Covenant they created. Harry examined the pedestals, each bearing a name plate, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket, and Gryffindor's gauntlet. "Gauntlet?" Harry frowned. "I've seen Gryffindor's sword, but never heard of a gauntlet." The sword wasn't one of the original artifacts, Hermione called from across the room, surrounded by open ledgers. According to these records, it was discovered within the castle during the 16th century. The gauntlet was Gryffindor's Covenant token. Bill approached with a leather-bound journal. "You're going to want to see this. It's an artifact inspection log. The last complete entry is from 1946, signed by Dumbledore as Deputy Headmaster and Arcturus Black as Covenant representative." Harry took the journal, scanning the neat entries. And after that? Sporadic inspections until 1981, Bill replied grimly. Then nothing. Hermione joined them, clutching several sheets of parchment. I found something disturbing. Financial authorizations for special security measures beginning in November 1981, immediately after your parents' deaths. Signed by Dumbledore and countersigned by the Minister of Magic. What kind of security measures? Harry asked, a cold feeling settling in his stomach. It doesn't specify. But the expenditures coincide with the cessation of artifact inspections. Hermione handed him the documents. And there's more. Tuition from your vault increased threefold that same month. Daphne, who had been examining the case more closely, suddenly stepped back. These aren't just display pedestals. They're activation nodes of some kind. See how the runes form a circuit between the Covenant book and where the artifacts should be. Bill moved to her side, his experienced eye assessing the runes. You're right. This isn't just a display, it's a magical system. The artifacts and Covenant were meant to work together. To what end? Harry asked. That's unclear, Bill admitted. But removing the artifacts would have disrupted whatever function they served. A heavy silence fell over the room as the implications sank in. Dumbledore had systematically increased payments from Harry's vault while simultaneously removing the Founder's artifacts from their rightful place. We need to find out what happened to those artifacts, Harry said decisively. And why Dumbledore felt the need to hide them specifically when I was 5 years old. Hermione was already back among the ledgers. There must be records of their removal. Authorization forms, transfer documents, nothing so obvious, Bill interrupted, running his wand along the shelves. But perhaps. He stopped before a particular section, his wand emitting a soft blue glow. Concealment charm. Different from the others, newer. With a complex movement of his wand, Bill dispelled the charm. A slim black journal appeared on the previously empty shelf. Albus Dumbledore's personal record, Bill read from the cover. Covenant Matters, 1981 to 1982. Harry reached for it, then stopped as his magical senses prickled a warning. Trap. Bill cast several detection charms. Not exactly. More like, a magical signature lock. It's keyed to respond only to certain magical signatures. Dumbledore's, presumably, Daphne observed. And possibly other staff members, Bill agreed. Classic security measure for sensitive documents. Harry considered the journal, then made a decision. I defeated Voldemort partly because our magical signatures resonated, connected through my scar. Dumbledore and I share a similar connection through Phoenix magic. Fawkes has aided us both. Harry, that's a stretch, Hermione began. Worth trying, Harry interrupted, extending his hand toward the journal. The moment his fingers touched the leather binding, a jolt of magic coursed through him. The journal shuddered, its lock clicking open. How did you know that would work? Daphne asked, clearly impressed. I didn't, Harry admitted. But Dumbledore has always been predictable in his unpredictability. He creates barriers that seem impenetrable, yet leaves specific paths for those he deems worthy. Or those he wishes to test, Hermione added pointedly. Harry opened the journal carefully, scanning Dumbledore's elegant handwriting. The entries were cryptic, written in a personal shorthand, but certain phrases stood out clearly. The prophecy concerning young Potter suggests power the Dark Lord knows not. After today's divination, I fear this may refer to the Founder's legacy. The confluence of bloodlines in the boy, Potter through his father, and through his mother, distant connections to both Slytherin and Gryffindor, creates a dangerous potential. And later, removed the final artifact today. The separation has destabilized the Covenant's power as expected, but the alternative is unthinkable. Should the boy ever access all 4 artifacts with his unique magical signature, the consequences could be catastrophic. Better they remain separated and hidden until he is either properly guided or, the alternative becomes necessary. Harry's hands trembled slightly as he read aloud. He deliberately removed the artifacts because of me. Because he feared what I might do with them. Or what they might do to you, Daphne suggested, studying his reaction. This reads like he was concerned for your safety as much as worried about your power. Always the same with Dumbledore, Harry said bitterly. Making decisions about my life without consulting me, all for my supposed protection. There's a map, Bill suddenly said, pointing to a folded parchment tucked into the journal's back cover. Coordinates and, is that Gringotts' vault number? Harry carefully removed the parchment, unfolding it to reveal a complex series of locations, each marked with a different founder's symbol. Hufflepuff's cup appeared to be hidden in a forest in Wales. Ravenclaw's diadem in a high-security Gringotts vault. Slytherin's locket in a coastal cave. And Gryffindor's gauntlet. The Department of Mysteries? Hermione read over his shoulder. That can't be right. We were there 5th year, we would have seen it. Not if it was in a section we didn't enter, Harry countered. We only explored a fraction of the department. Their discussion was interrupted by the records room door swinging open. Albus Dumbledore stood in the entrance, resplendent in midnight blue robes spangled with silver stars. His expression was grave, his customary twinkle notably absent. Harry, he said softly. I see you've discovered my contingency plans. Harry straightened, facing his former mentor. You removed artifacts that rightfully belong under Covenant protection. You tripled payments from my family vault. And you did it all because of a prophecy interpretation you never shared with me. I did what was necessary to protect both you and the wizarding world, Dumbledore replied, stepping into the room. His gaze swept over the open ledgers and Covenant display. The artifacts are not merely historical curiosities, Harry. Together, they form a magical nexus of extraordinary power, power that, in the wrong hands, could devastate our world. And you decided my hands were wrong? Harry's voice remained steady, though magic crackled visibly around his fingertips. I decided a child of 5, even one destined for greatness, should not bear such responsibility. Dumbledore sighed heavily. The artifacts call to those of Founder's blood. When your magical signature stabilized at age 5, showing clear markers of multiple Founders' lineages, the artifacts began responding. I had no choice but to separate them. You always have a choice, Harry replied coldly. You simply prefer the one that gives you complete control. Daphne stepped forward, her diplomatic training evident. Headmaster, regardless of intentions, removing Covenant-protected artifacts without proper authorization constitutes a serious breach of magical law. As does redirecting funds from the Potter Vault without Lord Potterblack's knowledge or consent. The legal questions are secondary, Dumbledore said dismissively. What matters is the protection of, no, Harry cut him off. That's always been your problem, Headmaster. You decide what matters based on your own judgment, ignoring proper procedure when it inconveniences your plans. The air between them grew heavy with tension, magic responding to the confrontation between two powerful wizards. The artifacts remain safely hidden, Dumbledore said after a long moment. I suggest they stay that way. Harry held up the map. That's not your decision to make anymore. As Lord Potter and heir to the Covenant rights, I'm exercising my authority to audit all aspects of Hogwarts, including the recovery and proper installation of the Founder's artifacts. You don't understand the consequences, then help me understand, Harry challenged. Stop hiding behind half-truths and manipulations. Show me what you fear. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, resignation mingled with a spark of respect. Perhaps it is time, the old wizard conceded quietly. But not here. Some knowledge is too dangerous to share openly. Harry, Hermione warned, be careful. Harry nodded to his friends. Continue the audit. Document everything. I'll speak with the headmaster alone. Potter, Daphne began. I'll be fine, Harry assured her, surprised by the genuine concern in her eyes. This is a conversation long overdue. As Harry followed Dumbledore from the records room, he caught Daphne's final whispered words, "We'll be ready when you return." Something in her tone, confidence mixed with unexpected warmth, strengthened his resolve. Whatever Dumbledore had been hiding, whatever he feared about the Founder's artifacts and Harry's connection to them, the time for secrets was over. Dumbledore's office appeared much as it had during Harry's school years, silver instruments whirring on tables, portraits of former headmasters pretending to doze while listening intently, Fawkes perched majestically beside the massive desk. "Sit, Harry," Dumbledore gestured to the familiar chair across from him. "I prefer to stand," Harry replied coolly. Dumbledore nodded, moving to a cabinet behind his desk. "What I'm about to show you has never been seen by anyone other than myself." He withdrew a shallow stone basin etched with runes, his pensieve, and placed it between them. "This memory explains my actions better than words ever could." From within his robes, Dumbledore produced a crystal vial containing swirling silver mist. "This is a memory from November 2nd, 1981, the day after your parents' murder and Voldemort's first defeat." Harry watched warily as Dumbledore poured the memory into the pensieve, its contents swirling hypnotically. "After you view this," Dumbledore said gravely, "you may proceed with your audit however you see fit. I ask only that you consider the consequences carefully." Without waiting for further explanation, Harry leaned forward and plunged into the memory. The scene materialized around him, this very office, 35 years younger. A younger Dumbledore sat behind the desk, his auburn hair only partially faded to silver. Before him stood the four Hogwarts heads of house, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and a much younger Slughorn, who had briefly returned to Hogwarts before Snape took the position. "The boy survived," Memory Dumbledore was saying. "Somehow, Lily's sacrifice created a protection that rebounded the killing curse." "Remarkable," squeaked Flitwick. "And you know who?" "Disembodied, but not destroyed," Dumbledore replied gravely. "He will return, in time. And when he does, young Harry will be central to his defeat." "Surely you can't mean to place such a burden on a child?" Sprout protested. "Prophecy has already placed that burden upon him," Dumbledore sighed. "But there is a more immediate concern." He rose and approached the Covenant display, intact in this memory, with all four artifacts gleaming on their pedestals. The Hufflepuff cup was golden, with two finely wrought handles. Ravenclaw's diadem sparkled with sapphires. Slytherin's locket was heavy gold with an emerald S. And Gryffindor's gauntlet, which Harry had never seen, was crafted of burnished red gold metal with runic inscriptions along the fingers. "When I checked the artifacts this morning, I discovered something unprecedented," Dumbledore continued. "Watch." He removed a vial of blood from his pocket, a child's blood, Harry realized with horror. "Is that?" McGonagall began. "A drop of blood taken while healing young Harry's wounds, yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "Necessary for what I must demonstrate." He unstoppered the vial and allowed a single drop to fall upon the Covenant book. Instantly, all four artifacts began to glow with blinding intensity, the runes connecting them pulsing with power. The entire castle seemed to tremble. "By Merlin," breathed Slughorn, backing away. "What's happening?" "The artifacts recognize him," Dumbledore explained, quickly closing the Covenant book to stop the reaction. "They respond to his magical signature as they would to the combined presence of all four founders." "How is that possible?" Flitwick asked. "I believe it's the convergence of bloodlines," Dumbledore replied. "James Potter's lineage connects distantly to Gryffindor. And Lily Evans, despite her Muggle parentage, appears to have carried recessive magical markers connecting to both Hufflepuff and, most surprisingly, Slytherin." "What does this mean?" McGonagall demanded. "It means," Dumbledore said gravely, "that should Harry Potter ever claim his full magical inheritance and unite the Founder's artifacts, he would gain control of Hogwarts in a way no headmaster ever has, able to access and direct the castle's full magical potential." "Is that so terrible?" Sprout asked. If the boy is as pure-hearted as his parents, no one should wield such power. Dumbledore cut her off. The temptation would be too great. And there's more. He hesitated. Ancient texts suggest that the combined artifacts create a magical nexus that can amplify the user's power exponentially, potentially even granting control over life and death itself. Stunned silence fell over the office. You can't mean to destroy the artifacts. McGonagall finally whispered. No. They're indestructible by conventional means. But they can be separated, hidden where their combined power cannot be accessed. Dumbledore looked around the circle of professors. I require your oaths of secrecy. What we do today must never be recorded in Hogwarts official history. The memory swirled, shifting to a later scene, Dumbledore alone in the office, writing in the journal Harry had found. The 4 artifacts were gone from their pedestals. The deed is done, he murmured as he wrote. Forgive me, Harry, for this burden I keep from you. Perhaps someday, when you've grown beyond the temptations of power, I might restore what rightfully belongs in your care. Until then, this separation is necessary, for your protection as much as ours. The memory dissolved, and Harry found himself back in the present-day office, facing the aged Dumbledore. You stole my blood, was the first thing Harry said, his voice dangerously quiet. A single drop, used only for verification, Dumbledore replied calmly. I had to be certain of what the artifacts were responding to. And then you hid them. Separated them. All while charging my vault for their supposed protection. Harry's anger burned cold. You had no right. I had every responsibility, Dumbledore countered. Imagine a 5-year-old child suddenly connected to power that could command the very foundations of Hogwarts. Or worse, imagine that power in Voldemort's hands had he managed to possess you through your connection. That's always been your justification, Harry shot back. Better to keep me ignorant than risk my making choices you didn't approve of. Dumbledore looked suddenly weary, every one of his 100+ years visible in his face. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I've grown too accustomed to making difficult decisions alone. But consider this, Harry, would you, at 11, or 14, or even 16, have been prepared to resist the temptation of such power? The question gave Harry pause. Would his younger self have used that power responsibly? Or would he, in moments of teenage anger or grief, have been tempted to use it destructively? That wasn't your decision to make, Harry finally said, though with less heat than before. And it's not your decision now. The artifacts belong under covenant protection, accessible to the heirs of the founding families. And if bringing them together creates a magical catastrophe? Dumbledore challenged. The texts I studied suggested that after long separation, reuniting the artifacts could release unpredictable magical energy. Then we'll handle it, Harry replied firmly. My team includes the best cursebreaker in Britain, the brightest legal mind of our generation, and a strategist trained to anticipate political and magical consequences. We're not children anymore, Headmaster. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, his blue eyes measuring. No, he finally conceded. You are not. You have become more than I dared hope, despite my mistakes, or perhaps because of them. Does that mean you'll help us recover the artifacts? It means I won't stand in your way, Dumbledore replied carefully. The locations on that map are accurate, though the protections surrounding each artifact are formidable. Designed to prevent anyone with ill intent from accessing them. Harry nodded, processing this information. One more thing. The increased payments from my vault, what were they used for? Maintaining the separation spells, Dumbledore answered. Keeping the artifacts hidden requires considerable magical energy, drawn from the covenant bonds themselves. Without regular infusions, the concealment would fail. Harry's jaw tightened. That ends now. No more unauthorized withdrawals from my family vaults. If Hogwarts requires funding, it will be transparent and properly approved. As you wish, Lord Potterblack. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. Will you begin recovery immediately? Tomorrow, Harry decided. Today we complete the financial audit. My team needs to understand exactly what we're facing before we start retrieving potentially dangerous magical artifacts. As Harry turned to leave, Dumbledore spoke once more. Harry, be careful. The artifacts were created in an age when magic was wilder, less constrained by modern limitations. They may respond to you in ways even I cannot predict. Harry paused at the door. Perhaps that's exactly as it should be. After all, isn't unpredictability one of those powers the Dark Lord knew not? Without waiting for a response, he descended the spiral staircase, mind racing with implications. The Founder's artifacts responded to his magical signature in a way unprecedented in wizarding history. Dumbledore had hidden them out of fear of what Harry might become. Now it was time to reclaim his heritage and discover exactly what the old wizard had been so afraid of. Harry found his team still in the records room, surrounded by stacks of parchment and open ledgers. They looked up expectantly as he entered. Did he explain? Hermione asked immediately. Harry nodded grimly. More than he intended to, I think. He summarized the memory, watching their expressions shift from shock to outrage to calculation. Blood magic, Bill muttered when Harry finished. That explains the unique signature lock on the artifacts. They're keyed to recognize your magical essence specifically. It's more than that, Daphne interjected, her analytical mind connecting dots faster than the others. If what Dumbledore showed is accurate, the artifacts recognize Potter as having the combined magical signatures of all four founders. Which is theoretically impossible, Hermione added. Most ancient families have some connection to one founder's line, rarely two. Never all four. Impossible or not, that's what Dumbledore believes, Harry replied. And it's why he hid the artifacts when I was 5, when my magical core stabilized enough to trigger their response. So what now? Bill asked. Do we proceed with recovery? Harry's gaze swept over the documents they'd gathered. Have you found anything else significant in the audit? Hermione nodded. Systematic financial irregularities. Beyond the increased payments from your vault, there are discrepancies in how those funds were allocated. Large sums transferred to unmarked accounts, presumably to maintain whatever protection spells Dumbledore placed on the artifacts. And this, Daphne added, pushing forward an ancient text. It's a history of the Covenant written by Helga Hufflepuff herself. According to this, the artifacts weren't just symbols, they were functional keys to Hogwarts' deepest magic. When united, they allowed access to what she calls the heart of Hogwarts, the central magical nexus upon which the entire castle was built. A power source, Bill translated. Magical sites like Hogwarts are typically built on ley line convergences, places where natural magic gathers and concentrates. The founders apparently created a way to access and direct that power through their combined artifacts. Harry absorbed this information, pieces falling into place. So Dumbledore wasn't just worried about me controlling Hogwarts, he was concerned about me accessing this power source directly. With good reason, Hermione said soberly. That kind of raw magical energy, it could be catastrophically dangerous in the wrong hands. Or incredibly beneficial in the right ones, Daphne countered, her gaze fixed on Harry. Imagine being able to reinforce the castle's protections, or channel that energy into educational enhancements. Either way, Harry decided, those artifacts belong under Covenant protection, not scattered across Britain at Dumbledore's discretion. We begin recovery tomorrow. Which artifact first? Bill asked. Harry consulted the map. Hufflepuff's cup. It's in a warded grove in Wales, the least populated area, so the safest place to start if something goes wrong. Daphne nodded approvingly. Smart. And politically, recovering Hufflepuff's artifact first sends the right message, loyalty and dedication to the Covenant, rather than seeking power or knowledge first. We should prepare thoroughly, Hermione cautioned. From what you've described, these artifacts respond specifically to you, Harry. There's no telling what might happen when you make contact with the first one after all these years. Agreed. We meet at Grimmauld Place tonight to plan the expedition. Harry rolled up the map, determination settling over him like a cloak. Dumbledore kept these artifacts hidden because he feared what I might become with access to their power. It's time to discover whether his fear was justified. As they gathered their documentation and prepared to leave, Harry found Daphne waiting for him by the door. Her cool composure had given way to genuine curiosity. "You don't seem surprised by any of this, Potter," she observed quietly. "Finding out you're connected to all 4 founders' bloodlines. Discovering artifacts that respond specifically to your magic. Most people would be overwhelmed." Harry considered her assessment. "After everything that's happened in my life, prophecies, Horcruxes, dying and coming back, I've learned to adapt quickly. Besides, it explains things I've always wondered about. Such as how I pulled Gryffindor's sword from the Sorting Hat. Why the castle always felt like home from the moment I arrived." He shrugged. "In a strange way, it makes sense." Daphne studied him with newfound interest. "You really have changed since school. The boy who lived for Quidditch and charging headlong into danger has become—" "What?" Harry prompted when she trailed off. A slight smile curved her lips. "Someone worthy of a legacy this significant." She gestured for him to precede her from the room. "Come on, Lord Potterblack. We have artifacts to recover and a 1,000-year-old mystery to unravel." As they left Hogwarts, Harry felt both the weight of responsibility and the thrill of discovery. For the first time, he wasn't following Dumbledore's breadcrumb trail or reacting to Voldemort's plots. He was charting his own course, reclaiming a heritage that had been hidden from him his entire life. And with every step away from the castle, he could feel something stirring deep within its ancient stones, as though Hogwarts itself was awakening to the possibility of his return, not as student or pawn, but as rightful heir to its deepest magic. Chapter 2, The Founder's Legacy. Dawn broke over the Welsh countryside, golden light spilling across rolling hills blanketed in morning mist. Harry stood at the edge of an ancient forest, the air heavy with dew and magic. Behind him, his team prepared for their expedition, Bill checking his curse-breaking equipment, Hermione reviewing notes on Hufflepuff's known magical affinities, and Daphne scanning the perimeter with practiced vigilance. "According to Dumbledore's map, the cup is hidden in a grove at the forest's heart," Harry said, consulting the parchment. "About 3 miles in." "The forest has a name," Daphne commented, joining him at the tree line. "Coedwig Fidlandub, the Forest of Loyalty. Fitting for Hufflepuff's artifact." Harry glanced at her, impressed. "You speak Welsh?" "Part of diplomatic training," she replied with a slight shrug. "Languages open doors that magic sometimes cannot." Bill approached, slinging his pack over his shoulder. "I've dealt with similar protective forests in Egypt, living guardians bound to ancient artifacts. We should expect the trees themselves to be part of Hufflepuff's defense." "How do we prepare for that?" Harry asked. "We don't attack unless attacked," Bill advised. Hufflepuff valued harmony with nature. The forest likely responds to intentions rather than specific counter-curses. Hermione joined them, tucking a final reference book into her beaded bag. "I've been thinking about what we learned yesterday. If these artifacts truly function as keys to Hogwarts' magical core, each probably embodies its founder's philosophical approach to magic." "Meaning?" Daphne prompted. "Meaning Hufflepuff's cup may test loyalty and fairness, while Ravenclaw's diadem might require solving complex puzzles." Hermione's eyes gleamed with academic excitement. "It's not just about magical strength, but alignment with each founder's values." Harry nodded, absorbing this insight. "That tracks with how the Sorting Hat evaluates students. Not just ability, but character." As they prepared to enter the forest, a soft pop of apparition sounded behind them. Harry turned, wand instantly in hand, to find Theodore not standing several yards away. The lean, Dark-haired Slytherin raised his empty hands placatingly. "Peace, Potter. I'm here on official business." "Theo." Daphne stepped forward, surprise evident in her voice. "What are you doing here?" "Department of Mysteries sent me," Not replied, producing an official-looking scroll. "Word of your audit reached the ministry. Given the historical significance of the Founder's artifacts, the department has assigned me as observer." Harry's eyes narrowed skeptically. Convenient timing. Standard protocol, not countered smoothly. The department monitors all magical phenomena of historical significance. Recovering artifacts directly linked to the Founders certainly qualifies. Harry exchanged glances with his team. Hermione looked suspicious, Bill cautious, while Daphne's expression remained carefully neutral. "You were 2 years behind me in training," Daphne said to Not. "Since when are junior unspeakables sent on field assignments alone?" A flicker of annoyance crossed Not's face. "Since the department reorganized after the war. You'd know that if you'd accepted their offer instead of going into private consulting." Harry studied the scroll Not had presented. The ministry seal appeared genuine, and the authorization was signed by the current head of the Department of Mysteries. "Fine," Harry decided. "You can observe. But you follow our lead, and you don't interfere unless specifically asked." Not inclined his head slightly. "Of course, Lord Potterblack." Harry didn't miss the sardonic edge in Not's voice when using his titles, but chose to ignore it. They had more important matters to focus on. "Let's move out," he instructed. Standard formation, Bill on point for curse detection, Hermione and I in the center, Daphne and Not covering our rear. As they entered the forest, the atmosphere changed immediately. The air grew warmer, heavy with the scent of loam and green growing things. Sunlight filtered through the ancient canopy in dappled patterns that seemed to shift and follow their movements. The forest itself felt alive in a way that transcended normal woodland awareness. "The trees are watching us," Hermione murmured, voicing what they all sensed. "Not just watching," Bill replied quietly. "Testing. Feel how the magic pulses around us. It's evaluating our intentions." Harry felt it clearly, a gentle pressure against his magical senses, like fingers lightly brushing his aura. Unlike the aggressive probing of hostile magic, this touch felt curious, almost welcoming. They walked for nearly an hour, the forest growing denser and older with each step. Massive oaks and elms towered above them, their trunks wider than 3 men standing shoulder to shoulder. The undergrowth, rather than hindering their progress, seemed to part just enough to create a passable trail. "It's guiding us," Daphne observed. "Or leading us into a trap," Not countered darkly. Harry shook his head. "This doesn't feel threatening. It feels expectant." As if confirming his assessment, the forest opened suddenly into a perfect circular clearing dominated by an enormous oak tree at its center. The tree's massive trunk was hollow, forming a natural archway large enough to walk through. Golden light spilled from within, illuminating a stone pedestal visible inside the hollow. "That's too easy," Bill cautioned, casting detection spells that revealed complex magical patterns throughout the clearing. "The entire grove is warded. These are ancient protections, loyalty bonds, truth enchantments, intention barriers." "What does that mean practically?" Harry asked. "It means we can't lie while we're in this grove," Hermione interpreted, studying the magical flows. "And our intentions toward the artifact will be laid bare." Daphne stepped closer to Harry. Hufflepuff valued honesty and fairness above all. This is exactly the kind of protection she would create, one that doesn't harm the worthy but reveals the unworthy. Harry considered this, then made his decision. "I'll go first. If the cup truly responds to my magical signature as Dumbledore claimed, I'm our best chance of success." "I'll accompany you," Daphne said immediately. 2 magical signatures might be needed, just as you needed both family rings to open the records room. Harry nodded, appreciating her quick thinking. "The rest of you, wait here. If something goes wrong, we'll come after you, Hermione stated firmly. No arguments. With a resigned smile, Harry turned toward the hollow tree. As he and Daphne stepped into the clearing, the air thickened with magic. Each footfall released small bursts of golden light from the moss-covered ground, creating a path that led directly to the tree. I feel like I'm being weighed, Daphne murmured as they approached the hollow. You are, Harry replied, experiencing the same sensation, a gentle but thorough assessment of his character, motives, even his deepest fears and desires. It was uncomfortably intimate, yet not invasive. The magic isn't forcing its way in. It's inviting us to be known. When they reached the hollow tree, the golden light intensified. Inside, the pedestal stood empty, no cup in sight. Another test? Daphne wondered aloud. Harry stepped through the archway, feeling magic wash over him like warm water. The hollow interior was larger than physically possible, creating a chamber perhaps 20 feet across, its walls the living wood of the ancient oak. Runes were carved into the wood, glowing faintly with the same golden light that filled the space. These are Hufflepuff's personal runes, Daphne said, examining the markings. They speak of fellowship, honest labor, and steadfast hearts. Harry approached the empty pedestal at the center. It was carved from a single piece of amber-colored stone, with a shallow depression at its top where the cup should rest. Why is it empty? He asked, more to himself than to Daphne. As if in response, words formed in the air before him, shimmering in golden light. What is given freely yet cannot be taken. A riddle? Harry frowned. I thought that would be more Ravenclaw's style. Not a riddle, Daphne corrected, studying the words. A question of values. Hufflepuff believed certain virtues couldn't be forced or stolen, only freely given. Harry considered the question carefully. Loyalty, he suggested. Trust. Friendship. With each word, the light pulsed, but the pedestal remained empty. Daphne's brow furrowed in concentration. Perhaps it's not about naming virtues, but demonstrating them. She turned to Harry. What would you freely give for this quest? What can't be taken from you by force? The question resonated with something deep inside Harry. What had he always given freely, even when it cost him dearly? What defined him beyond his titles and magical power? My choice, he said quietly. I choose to protect what matters, not because of prophecy or obligation, but because it's right. The golden light intensified around them, and Harry felt a subtle shift in the chamber's magic. Still, the pedestal remained empty. It's not enough to say it, Daphne realized. Hufflepuff valued action above words. Understanding dawned on Harry. He placed his hand over the depression in the pedestal and spoke with quiet conviction. I seek this artifact not for power or glory, but to restore what was wrongfully taken. I offer my protection freely, without demand for reward or recognition. As he spoke, a drop of blood welled from his palm, drawn by the magic, not by any wound. It fell into the depression, and the entire chamber blazed with golden light. When the light faded, Hufflepuff's cup sat gleaming on the pedestal, a simple two-handled goblet of burnished gold, decorated with a badger embossed on its side. It radiated warmth and welcome, like sunlight on a summer afternoon. It's beautiful, Daphne whispered. Harry reached for the cup, hesitated for a moment, then grasped it firmly. The moment his fingers closed around the metal, the world disappeared. He stood in a sunlit hall, watching a woman with honey-colored hair and kind eyes direct the placement of long wooden tables. Her yellow robes were practical rather than ornate, her sleeves rolled up as she worked alongside the others. The children will arrive within the fortnight, she was saying. The dormitories must be welcoming, the kitchens well-stocked. Helga, a stern voice called from the doorway. A tall witch in emerald robe strode into the hall, her dark hair streaked with silver at the temples. Rowena and Godric are arguing again about the selection process. You're needed. Helga Hufflepuff sighed affectionately. When are they not arguing? Salazar. Very well. As she turned, her gaze seemed to fix directly on Harry, though he knew he wasn't truly present in this memory. Her warm brown eyes widened slightly, as if she actually perceived him standing there. "Ah," she said softly, a smile spreading across her face. "So you've come at last, child of many houses. Later than I expected, but right on time all the same." Harry felt a jolt of shock. She was speaking to him directly across the centuries. "How?" he began. "Magic remembers," Hufflepuff replied simply. "And we four ensured it would remember us, and recognize our heir when the time came." Her expression grew serious. "Find the others, child. Reunite what was sundered. The heart waits to be awakened." The vision began to fade, Hufflepuff's gentle smile the last thing Harry saw before darkness claimed him. "Harry! Harry, wake up!" He gasped, eyes flying open to find Daphne kneeling beside him, her face tight with concern. He was lying on the ground inside the hollow tree, the cup clutched tightly in his hand. "What happened?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "You touched the cup and collapsed," Daphne explained, helping him sit up. "You were only unconscious for a minute or two, but you were glowing." Harry looked down at the cup, still warm in his grasp. "I saw her, Hufflepuff. She spoke to me." Daphne's eyes widened. "That's impossible. These artifacts might contain impressions or memories, but direct communication across time." "She recognized me," Harry interrupted. "Called me, child of many houses. She said I needed to find the others and reunite what was sundered." Before Daphne could respond, shouting erupted from outside. They rushed to the entrance of the hollow tree to find chaos in the clearing, Bill and Hermione with wands drawn, facing off against four black-robed figures who had apparently just arrived. Nott stood to one side, his own wand out but his posture uncertain. "Death Eaters?" Daphne hissed. "No," Harry replied grimly, recognizing the leader's platinum hair. "Malfoy." Lucius Malfoy stood at the head of the group, resplendent in expensive black robes trimmed with silver. His long hair was immaculately groomed, his aristocratic features set in a mask of determined civility. "Lord Potterblack," he called, noticing Harry's emergence from the tree. "How fortunate to find you here." "Cut the pleasantries, Lucius," Harry replied coldly, descending to the clearing floor with the cup still in hand. "How did you know where to find us?" Malfoy's eyes fixed on the golden cup. "Information has a way of flowing to those positioned to receive it. The Ministry has been most concerned about unauthorized removal of historical artifacts from their protective locations. These artifacts were stolen from Hogwarts," Hermione countered fiercely. "We're returning them to their rightful place under Covenant protection." Malfoy's thin smile never reached his eyes. "A noble sentiment, Miss Granger. However, the Ministry has determined that artifacts of such historical significance require proper examination before relocation." "Under whose authority?" Daphne demanded, her diplomatic training evident in her controlled tone. "The Department of Magical Artifacts and Antiquities," Malfoy replied smoothly. "As its newly appointed special envoy, I am authorized to secure items of particular historical value." Harry's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Lucius Malfoy had lost considerable standing after Voldemort's defeat but had managed to avoid Azkaban through claimed coercion and substantial donations to reconstruction efforts. His appointment to any ministry position, even a ceremonial one, suggested political maneuvering. "Convenient timing, Lucius," Harry observed. "The department normally requires months to process special appointments." The minister recognized the urgency of the situation. Malfoy's gaze remained fixed on the cup in Harry's hand, naked hunger briefly visible before his aristocratic mask slipped back into place. Harry sensed rather than saw Nott shift position slightly, moving closer to Malfoy's group. A suspicion formed in his mind. "Theodore," Harry called, not looking directly at the young unspeakable. "Interesting coincidence that you joined our expedition this morning, and Malfoy arrives just as we recover the cup." Nott's expression remained carefully neutral. As I said, the Department of Mysteries takes an interest in historically significant magical events. And do they typically share confidential field assignments with other departments? Daphne asked, her voice dripping with skepticism. Or just with wealthy private citizens with convenient new titles? A flash of discomfort crossed Nott's face, quickly suppressed. Enough of this, Malfoy snapped, patience evidently wearing thin. The cup, Potter. Hand it over, and we need not involve the full weight of ministry authority. Harry felt the cup warm in his hand, its magic resonating with his own. Whatever connection he'd formed with it in that vision, it clearly responded to him in a way it wouldn't to Malfoy. That's not going to happen, Lucius, he stated firmly. This artifact belongs at Hogwarts under Covenant protection. Your makeshift ministry authority doesn't supersede inheritance law that predates the ministry itself by centuries. You always were stubborn, Potter, Malfoy sighed with manufactured regret. He drew his wand in one fluid motion. Gentlemen, secure the artifact. The three wizards with Malfoy raised their wands, but before they could cast, the forest itself responded. The ground beneath their feet erupted with thick, twisting roots that wrapped around their legs. Trees at the clearing's edge bent inward, branches extending to form a barrier between Malfoy's group and Harry's team. The forest protects its own, Bill called out, looking as surprised as everyone else. Hufflepuff's magic recognizes Harry's claim. Harry seized the moment, raising the cup high. As heir to the Covenant rights and by blood connection to the Founders, I claim this artifact in the name of Hogwarts restoration. Golden light erupted from the cup, washing over the clearing in a wave of warm magic. Malfoy and his men staggered backward as if struck, while Nott fell to his knees, a cry of pain escaping him. We need to leave, now. Harry commanded, already moving toward his team. The forest will hold them, but not for long. What about Nott? Hermione asked, glancing at the young unspeakable struggling against the roots that had partially ensnared him. Leave him, Daphne said coldly. He made his choice. They rushed from the clearing, the forest seemingly parting to speed their retreat. Behind them, they could hear Malfoy shouting orders and the sound of spellfire as his men attempted to free themselves. How did Malfoy know where to find us? Hermione demanded as they ran. Not, Harry replied grimly. He must have informed Malfoy as soon as he confirmed our destination. But how did Nott know in the first place? Bill questioned. We only finalized our plans last night at Grimmauld Place. A horrible realization struck Harry. The map. When we were examining it at Hogwarts yesterday, Nott must have been watching somehow. Monitoring charms in the records room, Daphne suggested. Dumbledore might have authorized ministry observation decades ago and never removed the permission. They reached the edge of the forest much faster than they'd entered it, as if the ancient trees were deliberately speeding their journey. When they emerged into open countryside, Harry called a halt to catch their breath. We need to change our approach, he said, carefully placing the cup in a dragonhide pouch Bill had prepared. Malfoy knows we're after the artifacts and will be watching the locations on Dumbledore's map. We should go for Ravenclaw's diadem next, Hermione suggested. It's in a Gringotts vault, Malfoy can't easily interfere there without violating goblin sovereignty. Harry nodded in agreement. But first, we need to understand what just happened back there. That vision I saw, it wasn't just a memory or an impression. Hufflepuff spoke to me directly, as if she'd been waiting. That's supposed to be impossible, Bill said, shaking his head in wonder. Magical impressions can simulate interaction, but true consciousness can't survive centuries, even in magical artifacts. Unless that was the point all along, Daphne said thoughtfully. What if the Founders created these artifacts specifically to preserve aspects of themselves until their heir appeared? Not just their magic, but their knowledge and guidance. Harry turned the idea over in his mind, remembering Hufflepuff's words, magic remembers. And we ensured it would remember us, and recognize our heir when the time came. If that's true, he said slowly, then each artifact might contain a similar connection to its creator. Which is exactly why Malfoy wants them, Hermione realized. Imagine having direct access to the knowledge and magical techniques of the founders themselves. We need to secure the artifacts before Malfoy or anyone else can interfere, Harry decided. Back to London, we'll prepare to retrieve the diadem from Gringotts tomorrow. As they prepared to apparate, Harry felt the cup's magic pulse gently against his own, even through the protective pouch. Something had awakened with its recovery, a connection to Hogwarts itself that he could feel even at this distance, like a distant heartbeat synchronizing with his own. Whatever the founders had created, whatever Dumbledore had feared, it was already in motion. Harry only hoped they could recover the remaining artifacts before Malfoy's interference caused irreparable damage. Grimmauld Place had transformed dramatically since Harry had inherited it. Gone were the gloomy hallways and decaying furnishings of the Black family's dark legacy. In their place stood elegant rooms filled with natural light, the ancient architecture restored to its original grandeur while being cleansed of its more sinister elements. The team gathered in the newly renovated war room, formerly the formal dining room, now converted into a strategic planning center with a massive table at its heart capable of displaying magical maps and strategic projections. Hufflepuff's cup sat at the table's center, gleaming softly in the lamplight. They had performed every diagnostic spell in their collective arsenal, confirming it contained no curses or harmful enchantments. Whatever power it held seemed dormant for now, though Harry could still feel its gentle resonance with his magic. Malfoy's appointment is legitimate, unfortunately, Hermione announced, looking up from the ministry documentation she'd obtained through her contacts. Rushed through the system yesterday with multiple signatures from the minister's office. Scrimgeours playing both sides, Daphne observed. Supporting our audit officially while giving Malfoy authority to intervene. Classic ministry hedging, Bill agreed. If we succeed, they claim credit for authorizing the audit. If Malfoy secures the artifacts, they control access to them. Harry paced the length of the table, frustration evident in every line of his body. We need to move faster than they can react. The diadem is in Gringotts, Vault 713, according to Dumbledore's map. That's a high-security vault, Bill said with a frown. I can get us access through my Gringotts connections, but it will require formal authorization from the Covenant families. Which means paperwork, which means the ministry will be notified, Harry concluded grimly. Not necessarily, Daphne interjected. There's an older protocol that bypasses ministry notification, the right of ancestral recovery. If you claim the diadem as a blood heir to Ravenclaw, Gringotts can grant access without external approval. Hermione looked impressed. That's brilliant, but it requires proof of bloodline. Which we have, Harry replied, gesturing to the cup. Hufflepuff herself recognized me as child of many houses. If I present myself to the goblins with the cup as evidence, they'll have to acknowledge the blood claim. It's risky, Bill cautioned. Gringotts takes bloodline claims extremely seriously. If they determine the claim is false, the penalties are severe. It's not false, Harry said with quiet confidence. Everything Dumbledore feared, everything we've discovered, it all points to genuine connections to all four founders' lines, however distant. Daphne studied him with growing respect. You've changed, Potter. The boy who stumbled through Hogwarts never showed this level of strategic thinking. A wry smile touched Harry's lips. Amazing what defeating a Dark Lord and discovering your magical heritage will do for personal development. Their planning session continued late into the evening, mapping out contingencies and preparing for their Gringotts expedition the following day. As the others departed for their respective homes, Daphne lingered, examining the cup with careful attention. Something on your mind? Harry asked, joining her at the table. I'm wondering what Hufflepuff showed you, she replied. You said she spoke to you directly, recognized you. What exactly did she say? Harry hesitated, then decided on honesty. She called me the heir they'd been waiting for. Said I needed to reunite what was sundered and that, the heart waits to be awakened. The heart of Hogwarts, Daphne murmured. The magical nexus Dumbledore feared you accessing. Yes, but there was no fear in her voice, only welcome. Harry gazed at the cup thoughtfully. Whatever power lies at Hogwarts' heart, Hufflepuff seemed to believe it belongs in the hands of the Founder's heir. Daphne's eyes met his. And do you believe that's you? The true heir they've been waiting for? I don't know, Harry admitted. Part of me thinks it's just another unwanted destiny being thrust upon me. But another part recognizes the truth of it, Daphne finished for him. I saw your face when you emerged from that tree, Potter. You looked like someone who'd finally found a missing piece of themselves. Her perception was uncomfortably accurate. The connection he'd felt with Hufflepuff, with the very magic of the cup itself, had resonated with something deep inside him, something that had always been there but never fully awakened. Whatever I am or am not, Harry said finally, these artifacts belong at Hogwarts. If recovering them means accepting another destiny, so be it. Daphne studied him for a long moment, then nodded as if coming to a decision. For what it's worth, I think Hufflepuff was right. There's always been something different about you, Potter, something beyond prophecies and survival and dumb luck. High praise from the Ice Queen of Slytherin, Harry remarked with a slight smile. Don't call me that, she said, though without real heat. It was a stupid nickname created by boys who couldn't handle being rejected. Fair enough. Harry hesitated, then added, thank you, Daphne. For your help with all this. Don't thank me yet, she replied, gathering her notes. Save that for when we've recovered all 4 artifacts and discovered exactly what the Founders were planning. At the door, she paused. Get some rest, Potter. Tomorrow we face goblins, possibly Malfoy, and whatever tests Ravenclaw designed for her heir. After she left, Harry remained in the war room, contemplating the golden cup that had already changed everything. His connection to it felt both ancient and new, a dormant part of his magic awakening to its proper alignment. Whatever the Founders had intended, whatever Dumbledore had feared, Harry was committed now. The path forward led through Gringotts, and beyond that, to the heart of Hogwarts itself. Gringotts Bank stood imposing as ever against the morning sky, its white marble facade gleaming in the sunlight. Harry, Daphne, and Bill approached the main entrance, a carefully crafted plan in place. Hermione had remained at Grimmauld Place, continuing research on the remaining artifacts while maintaining communication through enchanted parchment. Remember, Bill murmured as they climbed the steps, goblins respect directness and strength. State your claim clearly, provide your evidence, and don't waver. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of Hufflepuff's cup in the expanded inner pocket of his formal robes. He'd dressed for the occasion in full lordship regalia, Potter and Black family rings prominently displayed, ceremonial robes bearing both family crests, and his bearing carefully controlled to project confidence without arrogance. Inside, Bill led them directly to a senior teller, bypassing the regular queues. Inheritance claim for Lord Potterblack, he stated in clear gobbledygook. Priority consultation requested. The goblin peered at them over spectacles perched on his long nose. Inheritance claim. All Potter and Black assets have already been transferred to his lordship's control. This concerns a different inheritance, Bill replied. One of bloodline rather than named bequest. Understanding dawned in the goblin's shrewd eyes. I see. Wait here. Minutes later, they were escorted to an ornate office deep within the bank. Ragnarok himself awaited them, his expression inscrutable as ever. Lord Potterblack, he greeted formally. I understand you wish to make a bloodline claim. Such matters are not undertaken lightly at Gringotts. I'm aware, Senior Manager, Harry replied with equal formality. I seek access to Vault 713 under the right of ancestral recovery. Ragnarok's bushy eyebrows rose fractionally. Vault 713 has been sealed by special arrangement for 45 years. On whose bloodline do you base this claim? Harry removed the cup from his pocket and placed it carefully on Ragnarok's desk. Rowena Ravenclaw's. The goblin's composure cracked momentarily as he stared at the gleaming cup. Hufflepuff's artifact, he breathed. So the rumors are true, you've begun recovery. I have, Harry confirmed. And as this artifact has confirmed, I carry the blood of multiple founder lines, including Ravenclaw's. I seek her diadem under covenant rights. Ragnarok tapped long fingers against his desk, studying Harry intently. You understand that false bloodline claims result in severe penalties? I do. And you're prepared to undergo goblin verification? Harry nodded firmly. I am. Very well. Ragnarok pressed a rune on his desk, and 2 goblin guards entered carrying an ancient stone basin carved with runes different from any Harry had seen before. The basin of bloodlines will determine the truth of your claim. The procedure was simple but solemn. Harry allowed 7 drops of his blood to fall into the basin, where they swirled in patterns that gradually formed into a complex family tree projected above the stone. Names and connections appeared and disappeared too rapidly to follow, branches extending back centuries. After several tense minutes, the projection stabilized on 4 specific branches, each highlighted in a different color, red for Gryffindor, blue for Ravenclaw, yellow for Hufflepuff, and green for Slytherin. The connections were distant, many generations removed, but unmistakable. Extraordinary, Ragnarok murmured. The basin confirms connections to all 4 founder bloodlines. Such a convergence is unprecedented in our records. Then you acknowledge my right to access Vault 713. Harry pressed. The bloodline claim is valid, Ragnarok conceded. However, accessing the vault remains complicated by the special protections placed upon it. By Albus Dumbledore, Daphne interjected smoothly. Who removed the artifact from Hogwarts without proper covenant authority. Ragnarok's sharp teeth gleamed in what might have been a smile. Indeed, Lady Greengrass. A fact not lost on Gringotts, though we were bound by magical contract not to interfere. He turned back to Harry. Your blood claim supersedes that contract. I will personally escort you to the vault. The journey deep into Gringotts' underground labyrinth proceeded swiftly, their cart plunging down tracks that spiraled ever deeper into the earth. Harry noticed they passed the vault that had once held the Philosopher's Stone, another high-security location he'd encountered in his first year. When they finally stopped, it was before an imposing vault door with no keyhole or handle, only a smooth expanse of metal inscribed with runic patterns that shifted and changed as they watched. Ravenclaw's personal vault, Ragnarok explained, stepping from the cart. Established at Gringotts' founding and modified over centuries. The diadem was placed here in November 1981 under extraordinary security measures. What kind of measures? Bill asked professionally. Layered enchantments combining goblin wards with wizard cast protections. Ragnarok ran a clawed finger along the runes. Identity verification, magical signature authentication, and, most significantly, mental challenges. Ravenclaw valued intelligence above all, Daphne commented. Her protections would test the mind, not just magical power. Ragnarok nodded approvingly. Precisely. To access this vault, Lord Potterblack must solve the riddles it presents, while the vault simultaneously evaluates his bloodline claim through magical resonance. Harry approached the door, studying the shifting runes. How do I begin? Place your hand upon the door, Ragnarok instructed. The vault will recognize your blood and begin the trials. Taking a deep breath, Harry pressed his palm flat against the cold metal. Immediately, the runes flared with blue light, and a voice, female, melodic, and ancient, spoke from the door itself. Blood of my blood, seeker of wisdom, answer 3 questions to prove your worthiness. The first rune pattern stabilized into a clear image, a bird in flight, a book, and a mountain peak. What rises but never falls? The voice asked. Harry's mind raced through possibilities, the sun. No, it both rises and falls. The moon. Same issue. Knowledge, he answered finally. Knowledge rises but never falls. The rune glowed brighter, then transformed into a new pattern, a circle containing intersecting triangles. What grows sharper with use yet cuts nothing? This one came more quickly. The mind, Harry replied. The third pattern formed, an intricate labyrinth with a star at its center. What is greater than magic, older than time, darker than death, yet found in the lightest of moments? Harry hesitated. This riddle was far more abstract than the others. Greater than magic? What could possibly? Beside him, Daphne shifted slightly, her presence a steady support. The answer came to him suddenly, with absolute certainty. Understanding, he said firmly. Understanding is greater than magic, older than time, darker than death, yet found in the lightest moments. The runes blazed with brilliant blue light, and the voice spoke again. Wisdom finds wisdom. Enter, heir of Ravenclaw. The vault door dissolved like mist, revealing a circular chamber beyond. Unlike typical Gringotts vaults piled with gold and treasures, this room contained only a single pedestal at its center, upon which rested a gleaming silver diadem inset with sapphires. Ravenclaw's diadem, Harry breathed. You must retrieve it alone, Ragnarok said when Harry glanced back at his companions. The final test is for the heir alone. Harry stepped into the vault, feeling the magic wash over him, cool and analytical, assessing every aspect of his being. The circular chamber was lined with bookshelves containing ancient tomes, and the domed ceiling was enchanted to show the night sky, stars gleaming in perfect astronomical alignment. As he approached the pedestal, Harry noticed that the diadem sat atop an open book. Words appeared on its pages as he watched. Knowledge without wisdom brings destruction. Wisdom without compassion brings isolation. What will you seek from my gift, child of my blood? Harry realized this was the final test, not a riddle to solve, but a question of character to answer. What would he seek from the diadem? Power? Knowledge? Advantage over enemies? Understanding, he answered honestly. Not to control or dominate, but to protect and nurture what the founders created. The pages of the book turned by themselves, revealing new words, a worthy answer. Take what is yours by right of blood and spirit. But heed this warning, the four united create more than the sum of their parts. Be prepared for transformation when the circle closes. Harry reached for the diadem, and as his fingers touched the cool silver, the world once again fell away. A tower room bathed in sunlight, walls lined with books and astronomical instruments. A woman with striking features and penetrating eyes sat at a desk covered in parchments, quill moving rapidly as she worked. The castle's protective enchantments require reinforcement at the northwest corner, she was saying to someone just out of Harry's view. The ley line convergence is stronger than anticipated. Perhaps if we adjusted the anchor stones, came a male voice, educated, with a slight accent Harry couldn't place. No, Godric, Rowena Ravenclaw replied without looking up. The anchor stones are perfectly placed. We need additional runwork to channel the excess energy. She paused suddenly, her quill hovering above the parchment. Slowly, deliberately, she turned her gaze directly to where Harry stood observing. Finally, she said, her voice crisp and precise. Helga said you'd found her first. She always was the most welcoming of us. Like Hufflepuff before her, Ravenclaw seemed to see him perfectly across the centuries. How is this possible? Harry asked, finding his voice this time. How are you speaking to me? We embedded consciousness echoes in our artifacts, Ravenclaw explained matter-of-factly. A complex bit of magic involving soul impressions without the darkness of Horcruxes. Our essences remain dormant until activated by the proper bloodline signature. Dumbledore separated the artifacts, Harry told her. He feared what would happen if I accessed them. Ravenclaw's expression turned contemplative. Understandable, if short-sighted. The combined artifacts do indeed access tremendous power, the very heart of Hogwarts itself. But that power was never meant to remain dormant eternally. Her keen eyes assessed him thoroughly. You faced death and returned. You've conquered darkness within and without. Perhaps you are indeed ready for what awaits. Ready for what? Harry pressed. For the awakening, she replied enigmatically. Find Salazar's locket next. The serpent guards the path to deeper mysteries. She began to fade, her form growing transparent. And be wary, heir of the Four. Others seek what is rightfully yours, driven by ambition unchecked by wisdom. Wait. Harry called. I need to know more about what happens when the artifacts are reunited. Her voice came as if from a great distance. Knowledge comes to those who seek with open minds. But remember, even I did not foresee all ends. Some truths must be experienced to be understood. Harry? Harry, can you hear me? He blinked, disoriented to find himself lying on the floor of the vault, the diadem clutched in his hand. Daphne knelt beside him, her cool palm pressed against his forehead, genuine concern etched on her normally composed features. It happened again, he murmured, struggling to sit up. I saw Ravenclaw. Spoke with her. You collapsed the moment you touched the diadem, Daphne explained, helping him to his feet. The vault door rematerialized, blocking us from entering. It only reopened a moment ago. Harry looked down at the diadem in his hand, silver and delicate, yet radiating subtle power. Like the cup, it seemed to resonate with his magic, creating a harmonious vibration that felt simultaneously foreign and deeply familiar. She warned me about reuniting the artifacts, he told Daphne as they made their way back to the vault entrance. Said it would cause the awakening, whatever that means. Bill and Ragnarok waited anxiously outside. Did you have another vision? Bill asked immediately, noticing Harry's disoriented state. Yes. Each artifact contains some kind of consciousness echo of its creator. Harry carefully placed the diadem in another of Bill's protective pouches. Ravenclaw said they embedded aspects of themselves into the artifacts, designed to activate when the proper heir appeared. Ragnarok studied Harry with newfound respect. Such magic goes beyond even goblin understanding of consciousness transference. The founders were truly extraordinary wizards. And now 2 of their artifacts have recognized you as their heir, Daphne added, her analytical mind clearly processing implications. Malfoy must not learn about these visions. If he knew the artifacts contained direct access to the founder's knowledge, it would only increase his determination to seize them, Harry agreed grimly. Speaking of which, we should leave quickly. I wouldn't put it past Lucius to have informants even within Gringotts. As if summoned by his words, a commotion echoed from the tunnel leading to the surface, raised voices and the distinctive sound of goblin security alerts. It appears you were correct, Lord Potterblack, Ragnarok said darkly. Unauthorized individuals are attempting to interfere with bank operations, specifically requesting information about your presence here today. Malfoy, Harry concluded. Is there another way out? Ragnarok's sharp teeth gleamed. This is Gringotts, Lord Potterblack. There are always alternative routes. He gestured toward a previously invisible passage that materialized in the tunnel wall. This will take you to a discreet exit near Nocturne Alley. I suggest you use it with haste. What about you? Bill asked his colleague. I will deal with those who presume to violate goblin sovereignty, Ragnarok replied with ominous satisfaction. Such disrespect cannot go unaddressed. Harry didn't envy whoever faced goblin justice for attempting to interfere with bank operations. He nodded gratefully to Ragnarok. Thank you for your assistance. Gringotts has honored the old covenants admirably. It is we who are honored by the return of founder magic to the world, Ragnarok replied formally. Now go, before more complications arise. The hidden passage took them through narrow, twisting corridors clearly designed for goblin height. After several minutes of hurried travel, they emerged from an inconspicuous door set into the side of a building at the junction between Diagon and Nocturne alleys. We should split up, Bill suggested immediately. I'll create a diversion while you 2 apparate directly back to Grimmauld Place. Be careful, Harry cautioned. Malfoy's getting desperate if he's willing to challenge the goblins directly. I've dealt with worse, Bill assured him with a confident grin. Besides, goblins take interference with their operations very seriously. Lucius will have his hands full. Once Bill departed, Harry turned to Daphne. Ready? She nodded, her expression determined. Let's go. As they prepared to disapparate, Harry caught a glimpse of platinum blonde hair in the crowd, not Lucius, but Draco, watching them intently from the shadows of Nocturne Alley. Their eyes met briefly, and Harry was surprised to see not hatred in his school rival's gaze, but something more complex, calculation mixed with reluctant curiosity. No time to decipher Malfoy politics now. Harry activated the apparition, and with a crack, they vanished from the alley. Hermione was waiting anxiously when they arrived at Grimmauld Place, nearly knocking over her chair as she rushed to meet them. Thank goodness. I was getting worried when you didn't check in. Her gaze fixed on the pouch containing the diadem. You got it? We did, Harry confirmed, carefully placing both pouches on the war room table. But Malfoy's getting bolder. He tried to interfere directly at Gringotts. Hermione's expression darkened. That's not all. While you were gone, this arrived. She handed Harry an official-looking document bearing the Ministry seal. Emergency decree from the Department of Magical Artifacts and Antiquities, specifically from Special Envoy Malfoy. Harry scanned the document, his jaw tightening with each paragraph. He's claiming the artifacts pose a clear and present danger to magical stability, and must be surrendered to Ministry custody immediately. It gets worse, Hermione continued, pointing to a specific clause. He's obtained authorization for Auror assistance if necessary. He's trying to legalize theft, Daphne observed coldly, reading over Harry's shoulder. Classic Malfoy approach, when direct action fails, manipulate the system. Harry set the document aside. Has Bill reported back yet? Brief message confirming he's clear of Gringotts, Hermione replied. He's taking an indirect route back in case he's being followed. Harry nodded, then carefully opened both protective pouches, revealing Hufflepuff's cup and Ravenclaw's diadem side by side on the table. Even without touching them, he could feel their magic responding to each other, and to him, creating a harmonic resonance that made the air itself seem to vibrate subtly. They recognize each other, Daphne observed, watching the artifacts with fascination. And they recognize you. Ravenclaw told me to find Slytherin's locket next, Harry said. She called it, the serpent that guards the path to deeper mysteries. According to Dumbledore's map, it's hidden in a coastal cave, Hermione reminded them, spreading out the parchment. The location is marked, but there are warnings about blood sacrifices required for entry. That sounds like Slytherin, Daphne remarked. Protection requiring sacrifice would align with his philosophy that power demands payment. Harry studied the map coordinates. I know this place, he said with sudden realization. Dumbledore took me to a similar location hunting for what we thought was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. We found a fake locket left by someone with the initials RAB. Regulus Arcturus Black, Daphne supplied immediately. When both Harry and Hermione looked at her in surprise, she explained, the Black family history is well documented among pure-blood houses. Regulus disappeared under mysterious circumstances during the First War. But what would Regulus Black have to do with Slytherin's locket? Hermione wondered. Perhaps nothing, Harry mused. But the coincidence is striking. Same location, another locket. We need to investigate further before we head to the cave. The fireplace flared green, and Bill stepped through, brushing soot from his dragonhide coat. Malfoy's furious, he announced without preamble. The goblins detained his associates for questioning regarding attempted interference with bank operations. Lucius himself barely avoided the same fate by claiming diplomatic immunity through his ministry position. That won't stop him for long, Harry said grimly. He's already secured ministry authorization to seize the artifacts. He handed Bill the decree. We're running out of time. Bill scanned the document quickly. This is bad, but not insurmountable. The Covenant rights predate Ministry authority. If we can get the artifacts back to Hogwarts and properly installed before Malfoy mobilizes Auror support. That's still 2 more artifacts to recover, Hermione pointed out. And we don't even know where to start with the cave. Actually, Harry said thoughtfully, I think I might know someone who could help us understand the Black family connection to all this. He turned to Bill. How quickly can you get in touch with your brother? Charlie. Bill looked confused. No, Ron. If he's still in Romania with Charlie, we need him back here immediately. Harry's expression turned determined. It's time to bring in someone who knows the Black family secrets better than anyone still living. Who? Daphne asked. Creature, Harry replied simply. The ancient house elf appeared with a crack, his rheumy eyes narrowing suspiciously as he took in the gathered humans. Though his appearance had improved since Harry had inherited Grimmauld Place, his tea-towel uniform now clean and properly emblazoned with the combined Potterblack crest, his demeanor remained sour. Master called Creature, he croaked, offering the barest minimum of required deference. Thank you for coming promptly, Creature, Harry said with careful politeness. Experience had taught him that respect, rather than commands, yielded better results with the ancient elf. I need your help with something related to the Black family history, specifically, about Regulus. Creature's entire demeanor changed at the mention of his favorite master. He straightened slightly, his gaze sharpening. Master Regulus? What does Master Potterblack wish to know about brave Master Regulus? Harry gestured to the map spread on the table. This coastal cave, Regulus visited it once, possibly to recover a locket. I need to know everything you can tell me about that incident. Creature approached the map cautiously, his gnarled finger hovering over the marked location. The dark cave, he whispered. Where Master Regulus went to die. Over the next half hour, Creature related the full story of Regulus Black's defiance of Voldemort, how the Dark Lord had borrowed Creature to test the cave's defenses, how Regulus had later ordered Creature to take him to the same cave, and how the young Black heir had sacrificed himself to retrieve what he believed was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. And the locket? Harry pressed gently. What happened to it after Regulus retrieved it? Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy it, the elf replied, twisting his hands anxiously. But Creature failed. Nothing Creature did could damage the locket. Dark magic, powerful magic. Where is it now? Harry asked, though he was beginning to suspect the answer. Creature hesitated, then shuffled over to a cabinet in the corner of the war room. With a snap of his fingers, the locked drawer opened, and he withdrew a heavy gold locket adorned with an ornate S in emeralds. Creature kept it safe, the elf said proudly. As Master Regulus commanded. When nasty thieves came during the Order's time here, Creature hid Master Regulus's locket. Harry stared in disbelief at the artifact that had been hidden in his own house all this time. Creature, that's not just any locket. That's Salazar Slytherin's personal artifact, one of 4 created by the Hogwarts founders. Creature's eyes widened. Founder's magic? No wonder Creature couldn't destroy it. He looked at Harry with new understanding. Is Master seeking to return Founder's magic to Hogwarts? Yes, Harry confirmed. It was stolen from there long ago and needs to be restored. To everyone's surprise, Creature straightened fully and offered the locket to Harry with something approaching reverence. Then Master must take it. Black family has always honored the old magics, the true magics. Harry accepted the locket carefully, prepared for another vision. Sure enough, as his fingers closed around the heavy gold, the world around him faded. A dimly lit chamber deep beneath the castle, illuminated by glowing green lamps that cast eerie shadows on stone walls carved with serpentine designs. A tall, imposing man with sharp features and a closely trimmed beard stood before a wall that appeared solid but which Harry somehow knew concealed a hidden doorway. Salazar Slytherin turned as if sensing Harry's presence, his keen eyes narrowing in assessment. Unlike the warm welcome from Hufflepuff or the intellectual curiosity of Ravenclaw, Slytherin's regard was calculating, measuring. "So," he said, his voice a cultured drawl that carried despite its softness, "the heir of many lines has found my token. I wondered which of us you would seek third." "It found me, actually," Harry replied, surprised at his own boldness. "It's been hidden in my home for years." Slytherin's lips curved in what might have been amusement. "Fate has curious methods. You bear my blood, however diluted by time." "Through my mother," Harry confirmed, remembering Dumbledore's theory. "Though she was Muggle-born." "Magic finds its way back," Slytherin said dismissively. "The notion that magic appears spontaneously in those with no magical ancestry is a modern fallacy. Your mother's line simply carried dormant potential for generations until conditions were right for its expression." Harry found himself fascinated by this perspective, so different from the blood purism Voldemort had championed in Slytherin's name. "You don't despise Muggleborns?" Slytherin raised an eyebrow. "I distrusted those raised without understanding of our ways in an era when such ignorance led to witch burnings. Caution is not hatred, heir of my blood." His expression hardened. "Though I see my legacy has been twisted by those claiming my mantle." "Voldemort," Harry acknowledged. "He believed he was fulfilling your vision." "A pretender seeking power without wisdom," Slytherin scoffed. "My vision was of a magical world protected from those who would destroy it, not domination for its own sake." He stepped closer, studying Harry intently. "You have faced this pretender and prevailed. Perhaps that is fitting. Only one who understands the seduction of power can be trusted with its responsible use." "Is that what awaits when the artifacts are reunited?" Harry asked. "Power. Power, yes, but more importantly, responsibility," Slytherin replied. "Hogwarts was built upon a nexus of natural magic, a convergence point of forces beyond ordinary understanding. We channeled that power, shaped it, bound it to our will and purpose. But we always knew we were merely caretakers, not owners. And now that responsibility falls to me?" Harry asked, unsure whether he welcomed or dreaded the prospect. "To you, and to those you choose to share it with," Slytherin corrected. "Even I, with all my pride, recognize that magic of this magnitude requires multiple perspectives to balance its use." His form began to fade slightly. "Find Gryffindor's gauntlet last. The lion guards the final key, and with it, the heart will awaken." "Wait," Harry called. "What happens when the heart awakens? What changes?" Slytherin's fading smile held both promise and warning. "Everything, heir of the four. Everything changes." When Harry regained consciousness, he found himself once again lying on the floor, the heavy gold locket clutched in his hand. This time, Bill and Hermione knelt beside him while Daphne kept a concerned creature at bay. "Another vision?" Hermione asked as Harry sat up slowly. "Slytherin," Harry confirmed. "Less cryptic than the others, but still not forthcoming about what exactly happens when all four artifacts come together." "Did he at least provide any useful information?" Bill asked, helping Harry to his feet. "He confirmed we should seek Gryffindor's gauntlet last," Harry replied, carefully placing the locket on the table beside the cup and diadem. The moment he set it down, all three artifacts pulsed with light in perfect synchronization, gold, blue, and green merging briefly before settling back to a subtle glow. "They're resonating more strongly now," Daphne observed. 3 out of 4 creates a stronger harmonic pattern. Hermione was watching Harry carefully. "What else did Slytherin say?" "You look conflicted." Harry hesitated, then shared the most surprising aspect of his vision. "He wasn't what I expected. Not the blood purist Voldemort made him out to be. More pragmatic. Concerned with protecting magical society rather than dominating Muggles." "History is often rewritten by those with agendas," Daphne noted. "Pure-blood supremacists have claimed Slytherin's legacy for generations, emphasizing aspects that supported their worldview while ignoring others. The important thing is that we now have 3 artifacts, Bill interjected practically. Only Gryffindor's gauntlet remains. Harry nodded, focusing on their immediate challenge. According to Dumbledore's map, it's hidden in the Department of Mysteries. That presents significant complications, Hermione pointed out. After Malfoy's decree, the Ministry will be watching for us. And the Department of Mysteries has the heaviest security in the wizarding world. Not to mention Not works there, Bill added. He'll have warned them about our activities. Harry considered their options, acutely aware that time was running short. With each artifact recovered, the magical resonance grew stronger, more noticeable to those attuned to such energies. Malfoy would be growing desperate, the Ministry more concerned. We need a diversion, he decided finally. Something to draw attention away from the department while a small team infiltrates to recover the gauntlet. What kind of diversion? Daphne asked. A slow smile spread across Harry's face. I think it's time Lord Potterblack made a very public statement about Ministry overreach and the importance of preserving magical heritage. Preferably right in the atrium during the busiest hour of the day. A press conference? Hermione looked skeptical. That's not much of a diversion. It will be when I bring these 3 artifacts with me, Harry replied, gesturing to the items on the table. The magical resonance alone will draw every sensitive wizard and witch in the building to investigate. That's incredibly risky, Bill objected. You'd be placing yourself, and the artifacts, directly in harm's way. Which is exactly why no one would expect it, Harry countered. Malfoy will assume we're hiding the artifacts while planning a covert operation. Instead, I'll be in plain sight, commanding complete attention while a small team slips into the department. And who will make up this small team? Daphne asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. You and Bill, Harry replied. Hermione will accompany me to the atrium as legal counsel, lending legitimacy to the press conference. It's audacious, Bill acknowledged, a reluctant grin forming. The kind of plan no sensible person would attempt. Which is why it might actually work, Daphne finished, her eyes meeting Harry's with newfound respect. You're more Slytherin than you let on, Potter. The Sorting Hat wanted to put me there originally, Harry revealed with a wry smile. Perhaps it recognized something of Slytherin's blood in me after all. The revelation prompted raised eyebrows from everyone except Hermione, who had known this piece of Harry's history for years. Daphne particularly seemed to reassess him, a calculating gleam entering her eyes. We'll need precise timing, Bill noted, already thinking through logistics. The press conference would need to be announced just hours beforehand, enough time for word to spread but not enough for the Ministry to prepare countermeasures. And we'll need a specific plan for navigating the department, Daphne added. I've been there for diplomatic functions, but the secure areas are another matter entirely. Harry nodded. Hermione and I can provide information about the layout from our 5th-year incursion. Between that and whatever intelligence Bill can gather from Order contacts still working there, we should be able to formulate a viable approach. As the planning session intensified, Harry found himself occasionally glancing at the 3 artifacts now assembled on the table. Their combined presence filled the room with subtle magic, a harmonic resonance that seemed to hum just below the threshold of hearing. Whatever power the founders had encoded in these objects, it was awakening progressively with each reunion. Slytherin's words echoed in his mind, everything changes. The conviction in the founder's voice suggested transformation far beyond the merely political or administrative. Whatever awaited when all 4 artifacts came together, Harry suspected it would reshape their understanding of magic itself. But first, they needed to retrieve Gryffindor's gauntlet from the heart of Ministry territory, while Lucius Malfoy and his allies mobilized every resource at their disposal to stop them. The Ministry atrium buzzed with the usual morning activity, witches and wizards hurrying to their respective departments, interdepartmental memos fluttering overhead like paper birds, visitors queuing at the security desk. Nothing suggested the chaos that was about to unfold. Harry stood calmly in the center of the space, Hermione at his side projecting professional composure despite the tension evident in her posture. They had arrived without announcement or fanfare, bypassing the visitor's entrance in favor of a direct flow connection granted to Harry as a Wisengamot member. "Are you certain about this?" Hermione whispered, eyeing the expanded inner pocket of Harry's formal robes where the 3 artifacts were concealed. "It's not too late to reconsider. Bill and Daphne are already in position," Harry replied quietly. "The moment we draw attention here, they begin their descent to level 9. We stick to the plan." With a subtle nod to Hermione, Harry raised his wand and cast a modified sonorous charm that caused his voice to resonate throughout the atrium without being painfully loud. "Witches and wizards of the Ministry," he began, his voice carrying easily over the ambient noise. "I am Lord Harry Potter Black, and I come before you today to address a matter of grave concern to all who value magical heritage and proper governance." Activity in the atrium stuttered to a halt as heads turned toward the unexpected address. Security wizards at the far end straightened, clearly uncertain whether intervention was required. Yesterday, Special Envoy Lucius Malfoy issued an emergency decree claiming authority over historical artifacts that rightfully belong under Covenant protection at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This represents an unprecedented overreach by a ministry that seems increasingly willing to seize magical heritage items for its own purposes. Murmurs spread through the growing crowd. Several reporters who maintained permanent stations at the ministry were already scribbling notes or positioning magical cameras. "As heir to Covenant rights established centuries before the ministry existed, I reject this attempted appropriation," Harry continued, his voice gaining strength. "The artifacts in question belong at Hogwarts, where they have resided since the founders established the school. Their removal was unauthorized, their continued separation potentially dangerous to magical stability." As he spoke, Harry withdrew the first artifact from his robes, Hufflepuff's cup, which gleamed softly in the atrium's magical light. Gasps rippled through the crowd as the cup's magical signature radiated outward, a warm pulse that every magical being present could feel. "This is Helga Hufflepuff's cup, one of 4 founders' artifacts removed from Hogwarts without proper authority. I have recovered it under Covenant rights and intend to return it to its rightful place." Security wizards began moving toward him now, but hesitated as Harry produced the second artifact, Ravenclaw's diadem, its sapphires catching the light as it added its magical resonance to the cups. The combined effect was striking, a harmonic vibration that made the very air seem to shimmer. "Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem," Harry announced. "Another piece of our shared magical heritage, meant to remain at Hogwarts under Covenant protection." The crowd had grown substantially now, ministry workers abandoning their duties to witness the unprecedented display. Harry could see several department heads among the onlookers, their expressions ranging from fascination to alarm. More importantly, he spotted Lucius Malfoy pushing his way forward, fury evident in every line of his aristocratic face. Perfect. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. And finally, Harry declared, producing Slytherin's locket with a theatrical flourish that would have made Lockhart proud, Salazar Slytherin's locket, the third of 4 artifacts that belong together at the heart of Hogwarts. As the locket joined the other 2 artifacts in Harry's outstretched hands, their combined magical resonance intensified dramatically. Golden light pulsed from the cup, azure from the diadem, emerald from the locket, the 3 colors weaving together in intricate patterns that spiraled outward, filling the atrium with visible magic. The effect was mesmerizing. Even those pushing forward with intent to interfere paused, transfixed by the display of ancient magic manifest before them. "These artifacts represent our shared magical heritage," Harry continued, his voice carrying effortlessly above the awed murmurs. "They belong not to the ministry, not to any individual, but to Hogwarts itself, to the future generations of witches and wizards who will study there." Lucius Malfoy finally reached the front of the crowd, flanked by 2 Aurors. "Potter," he snarled. "You are in direct violation of Ministry Decree 1997-B. Surrender those artifacts immediately." "I recognize no decree that contradicts inheritance law established centuries before the Ministry existed," Harry replied calmly. "These artifacts respond to blood right and Covenant magic. They have recognized me as heir to the Founder's legacy. To emphasize his point, Harry raised the artifacts slightly higher, and the magical resonance intensified in response, the light patterns growing more complex, more beautiful, drawing gasps of wonder from the assembled crowd. From the corner of his eye, Harry noted the clock above the security desk. Bill and Daphne should have reached level 9 by now, using the distraction to bypass normal security protocols. He needed to maintain the spectacle a while longer. Lord Malfoy, Hermione interjected, stepping forward with legal documents in hand. We have prepared a formal petition challenging your emergency decree on 13 separate grounds, including violation of covenant precedents established in the Wizarding Educational Charter of 1197, contravention of bloodline inheritance statutes codified in, enough. Malfoy snapped, his composure cracking. Aurors, seize those artifacts. The two Aurors beside Malfoy hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the order. One of them, a wizard Harry recognized as a former Hufflepuff several years his senior, spoke reluctantly. Sir, Lord Potterblack is a recognized Wizengamot member with legitimate legal claims. Without a direct order from the minister, I don't care about legal technicalities. Malfoy hissed. Those artifacts are dangerous in unqualified hands. On the contrary, came a new voice, measured and authoritative. Kingsley Shacklebolt moved through the crowd, his minister's robes marking him instantly as the highest authority present. It appears those artifacts are responding quite harmoniously to Lord Potterblack's handling. Harry inclined his head respectfully to the minister. Minister Shacklebolt. Thank you for joining this important discussion about magical heritage preservation. Kingsley's eyes twinkled slightly, recognizing Harry's political maneuvering for what it was. A discussion that perhaps should have been scheduled through proper channels, Lord Potterblack. Urgent circumstances required immediate action, Harry replied smoothly. When historical artifacts of this significance are threatened with inappropriate seizure, public awareness becomes essential. Malfoy's face had turned an interesting shade of puce reminiscent of Uncle Vernon at his most apoplectic. Minister, I must insist that you enforce the emergency decree. These artifacts require proper examination by ministry experts before. I don't recall authorizing an emergency decree regarding Founder's artifacts, Kingsley interrupted, his deep voice pleasant but carrying unmistakable steel. Perhaps we should adjourn to my office to review the documentation, Lord Malfoy. As Kingsley and Malfoy engaged in their tense exchange, Harry surreptitiously checked the time again. Bill and Daphne should be approaching the Department of Mysteries storage vaults by now. Just a few more minutes of distraction needed. Minister, Harry said, recapturing attention, I propose a compromise. Allow me to return these artifacts to Hogwarts under covenant protection, with ministry observers present to document the process. Complete transparency, with appropriate representatives from all concerned parties. The suggestion was reasonable enough to draw approving nods from many onlookers, including several Wizengamot members who had joined the growing crowd. Even some of Malfoy's potential allies seemed to find the approach sensible. An interesting proposal, Kingsley acknowledged. One that, he was interrupted by a tremendous magical surge that emanated from the artifacts in Harry's hands. The three objects pulsed in perfect synchrony, their light suddenly intensifying to nearly blinding levels. Harry felt a powerful magical pull, not from the artifacts themselves, but from somewhere deep within the ministry. What's happening? Someone in the crowd called out. Harry knew immediately, the fourth artifact, Gryffindor's gauntlet, was responding to the proximity of its counterparts. The magical resonance had grown strong enough to activate a connection even through the layers of security separating them. This wasn't part of the plan. The gauntlet wasn't supposed to respond until Bill and Daphne actually located it. The artifacts are stabilizing, Harry improvised smoothly, though in truth he had no idea what was occurring. Their magic recognizes its intended harmony. Kingsley was watching him with shrewd assessment, clearly not entirely convinced by the explanation. Before he could respond, however, a silver Patronus, a fox that Harry recognized as Bill's, streaked into the atrium and circled Harry once before dissipating. The message was clear to those who knew the plan: they had the gauntlet. Minister Shacklebolt, Harry said with newfound confidence, "I believe we've taken enough of the Ministry's valuable time today. With your permission, I'll withdraw my petition for now and pursue these matters through appropriate administrative channels." Kingsley's expression suggested he wasn't fooled for a moment but was willing to allow Harry his strategic retreat. "A wise decision, Lord Potterblack. I look forward to reviewing your formal proposals regarding these historical artifacts." "You can't possibly allow him to leave with those artifacts," Malfoy protested, his carefully cultivated political mask completely abandoned in his desperation. "Lord Potterblack has broken no laws by possessing items to which he has legitimate blood claim," Kingsley replied evenly. "Unless you can provide immediate evidence of danger to public safety." Malfoy's mouth worked soundlessly for a moment before he managed to compose himself. "This isn't over, Potter," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "On that point, we agree completely," Harry replied with perfect politeness. With a respectful nod to Kingsley and the assembled crowd, Harry carefully returned the artifacts to his expanded pocket and turned toward the atrium fireplaces. Hermione walked beside him, her posture professional though Harry could feel the tension radiating from her. "That was too easy," she murmured as they approached the nearest floor. "It's not over yet," Harry replied quietly. "We still need to get out of here with all 4 artifacts and reconvene at the rendezvous point." Just as they reached the fireplace, alarms blared throughout the atrium, magical klaxons that signaled a security breach somewhere in the building. "Department of Mysteries breach detected," a magically amplified voice announced. "All security personnel report to Level 9 immediately." Chaos erupted as Ministry workers scattered, security wizards rushed toward the elevators, and visitors backed toward the exits. In the confusion, Harry caught sight of Malfoy's triumphant expression as he shouted something to nearby Aurors while pointing directly at Harry. "Time to go," Harry muttered to Hermione, grabbing a handful of Floo powder. "Stop them," came Malfoy's voice, cutting through the cacophony. "They're involved in the breach." Harry tossed the Floo powder into the flames, which turned emerald green. "Potter Library," he called clearly, pulling Hermione with him into the fireplace just as stunning spells struck the marble where they had been standing seconds before. They emerged in the small but elegant library of Potter Cottage in Godric's Hollow, not their final destination, but a necessary waypoint to throw off pursuit. Without pausing, they crossed to another fireplace on the opposite wall. "Did Bill and Daphne make it out?" Hermione asked anxiously as Harry prepared the second Floo jump. "The Patronus confirmed they had the gauntlet," Harry replied. "They'll follow the escape plan to the rendezvous." He tossed more Floo powder into the flames. Shell Cottage. Another disorienting journey through the Floo network deposited them in Bill and Fleur's seaside home, which stood empty as arranged. From here, they would apparate to the final meeting point rather than risk continued Floo travel that could be traced. "Ready?" Harry asked, offering his arm for side-along apparition. Hermione nodded, gripping his arm firmly. "Let's finish this." With a crack, they disappeared from Shell Cottage, leaving nothing behind but swirling dust in the empty room. The ancient stone circle stood isolated on a windswept hill in the Scottish Highlands, far from any Muggle settlements or wizarding villages. 12 megalithic stones, weathered by thousands of years of exposure, formed a perfect circle around a flat central altar stone. Magic hummed in the air, old magic, wild and primal, that predated wands and incantations. Harry and Hermione appeared at the circle's edge with a crack of apparition, immediately casting detection spells to ensure they hadn't been followed. "Clear," Hermione confirmed after a moment. "Though this place, the ambient magic is incredible." "The founders chose this site for a reason," Harry replied, feeling the ancient power thrumming beneath his feet. According to Dumbledore's journal, this stone circle was their original meeting place, where they first conceived the idea for Hogwarts. A second crack announced Bill's arrival, his tall form materializing a few yards away. He was alone. "Where's Daphne?" Harry asked immediately, concern sharpening his voice. "Taking an alternate route," Bill explained quickly. "We were separated during the escape." "Not nearly caught us," seemed to anticipate our extraction plan. Daphne created a diversion to let me get away with this. From within his coat, Bill produced a gleaming object that made Harry's breath catch, a gauntlet crafted from burnished gold-red metal that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. Intricate runic patterns decorated each finger and the back of the hand, while the palm contained an inlaid ruby the size of a small egg. Gryffindor's gauntlet, Harry breathed. It was exactly where Dumbledore's map indicated, Bill confirmed. In a specialized containment vault used for temporal anomalies. The magical resonance from the other 3 artifacts actually helped us locate it, the gauntlet was practically singing to them. And Daphne? Harry pressed, still concerned by her absence. Said she'd meet us here within the hour, Bill assured him. She's more than capable of handling herself, Harry. Before Harry could respond, the ancient stones around them began to hum with increased magical energy. The 3 artifacts in Harry's pocket grew warm, almost hot, responding to the proximity of their counterpart. We should prepare, Hermione suggested, glancing nervously at the darkening sky. If these artifacts truly unlock Hogwarts' deepest magic, the process might be dramatic. Harry nodded, removing the cup, diadem, and locket from his expanded pocket. As soon as they were exposed to open air, their magical resonance intensified visibly, golden, azure, and emerald light pulsing in perfect synchrony. Place them on the altar stone, Bill suggested. That's traditionally where ritual magic would be focused in sites like this. Harry carefully arranged the 3 artifacts on the weathered stone surface, then turned to Bill. The gauntlet? Bill hesitated. Harry, once all 4 are brought together, are you certain about this? The founders created these objects during a very different era of magic. The consequences, I've seen each of the founders through their artifacts, Harry interrupted gently. They created this system for a purpose, not for power alone, but for protection and nurturing of magical education. Whatever happens when the circle is completed, it's what they intended. After a moment, Bill nodded and handed over the gauntlet. The moment Harry's fingers touched the ancient metal, he felt a surge of magic unlike anything he'd experienced with the previous artifacts, raw, powerful, yet somehow familiar. Gryffindor, he whispered, bracing for the vision that would surely come. But instead of being transported elsewhere, Harry felt a presence materialize beside him in the stone circle, a tall, broad-shouldered figure with auburn hair and a neatly trimmed beard. Though translucent like a ghost, the figure radiated vitality and strength that no mere spirit could possess. Godric Gryffindor, Hermione gasped, confirming that the others could see him too. The founder's projection smiled, his gaze fixed on Harry. No vision this time, heir of my blood. The convergence of the artifacts and this sacred site allows for more direct communication. Is this really happening? Bill whispered to Hermione, who could only shake her head in wonder. It is indeed happening, Cursebreaker, Gryffindor replied, his voice resonant with power despite his spectral appearance. Though I am not truly here in body, nor am I a mere memory or impression. Consider me an echo given temporary form by ancient magic. His attention returned to Harry. You have done well to recover what was scattered. The time has come to restore what was always meant to be maintained, the heart of Hogwarts. What exactly is the heart? Harry asked, finally voicing the question that had burned in him since this journey began. A nexus of natural magic, captured and channeled by the 4 of us to create a reservoir of power for the nurturing of magical education, Gryffindor explained. Hogwarts was built upon a convergence of ley lines, rivers of magical energy that flow through the earth itself. Our artifacts, when united, form the key that unlocks controlled access to this power. And what happens when that power is unleashed? Hermione asked, her academic curiosity overcoming her awe. Not unleashed, awakened, Gryffindor corrected. The heart has been dormant for too long, its energy dispersed rather than focused. When you unite the 4 artifacts at Hogwarts, the castle itself will transform, becoming once more what we intended. Which is what, exactly? Bill pressed. Gryffindor's smile widened. A truly living entity. Not merely enchanted stone, but a conscious guardian of magical learning. The castle will respond directly to need, adapt to protect its inhabitants, and nurture magical development in ways that have been lost for centuries. A sudden crack of apparition interrupted the extraordinary conversation. All heads turned to see Daphne materializing at the circle's edge, her robes torn and singed in places, a cut visible on her cheek. "Sorry I'm late," she said, straightening with a wince. "Had to lose some rather persistent pursuers." Her eyes widened as she registered Gryffindor's translucent form. "Is that?" "Godric Gryffindor, at your service, Lady Greengrass," the founder replied with a courtly bow that somehow managed to look dignified despite his spectral state. "We don't have much time," Daphne warned, recovering quickly from her surprise. "Malfoy has mobilized every resource at his disposal. They tracked me through 3 countries before I managed to shake them. They'll figure out this location eventually." "Then we must proceed without delay," Gryffindor declared. "Place my gauntlet with the other artifacts, heir of my blood. Complete the circle that has remained broken for too long." Harry approached the altar stone, the gauntlet heavy in his hands. The other 3 artifacts continued their synchronized pulsing, their light growing brighter as the gauntlet drew near. "What will happen to me?" Harry asked quietly, a last moment of hesitation. Dumbledore feared what this power might do. Dumbledore feared what he did not fully understand, Gryffindor replied gently. "The heart does not corrupt or control, it amplifies. What already exists in your heart and mind will be given greater expression through your connection to Hogwarts." That's what terrified him, Harry realized suddenly. Not that I'd become power-hungry, but that my natural inclination toward independence would be amplified. "Precisely," Gryffindor confirmed. Albus Dumbledore was a great wizard, but control was his weakness, the need to direct events according to his understanding of the greater good. The heart would have granted you autonomy beyond his influence. With newfound clarity, Harry placed the gauntlet on the altar stone, completing the arrangement of the 4 artifacts in a perfect square. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Ruby-red light burst from the gauntlet, joining the gold, blue, and green energies already pulsing from the other artifacts. The 4 colors spiraled together, creating a column of prismatic light that shot upward into the darkening sky. The very ground beneath them trembled as ancient magic awakened. "It begins," Gryffindor announced, his form growing more substantial as he drew energy from the magical convergence. "The heart stirs from its long slumber." In the distance, barely visible on the far horizon, Harry could see Hogwarts Castle outlined against the evening sky. Even at this distance, he could perceive changes occurring, lights appearing in windows that had been dark for centuries, towers that had crumbled over time rebuilding themselves, the very silhouette of the castle shifting subtly as it returned to its original, intended form. "The transformation will continue for several days," Gryffindor explained, watching the distant castle with evident satisfaction. "The artifacts must be brought to Hogwarts and placed in their proper positions to complete the awakening." "And after that?" Harry asked. "What will be expected of me?" "That, heir of my blood, is for you to decide," Gryffindor replied. "The heart responds to intention, not obligation. You may choose to guide Hogwarts closely, or you may establish a council to share that responsibility. The founders did not create a throne, but a stewardship." The prismatic light surrounding them intensified further, and Harry felt something changing within himself as well, not a foreign power taking control, but rather his own magic expanding, harmonizing with the ancient energies swirling around them. "Others approach," Gryffindor warned suddenly, looking toward the south. "Those who seek to claim what is not theirs by right." "Malfoy," Daphne confirmed grimly. "And he won't be alone." "Then we must depart for Hogwarts immediately," Harry decided. "Can we transport the artifacts safely now that they're activated?" "Yes, though they must remain in proximity to one another," Gryffindor instructed. "Their magic is linked now, separating them would cause instability." Harry carefully gathered the 4 artifacts, which continued to pulse with synchronized light even as he placed them back in his expanded pocket. The moment they were secured, Gryffindor's form began to fade. I return to the artifact until you reach Hogwarts, the founder explained. There, when all four are properly placed, we four shall guide you through the final awakening. As Gryffindor's form dissolved completely, multiple cracks of apparition sounded from beyond the stone circle. Dark figures appeared on the hillside, at least a dozen, moving quickly toward their position. Time to go, Bill said urgently, raising his wand to establish anti-apparition wards that would slow their pursuers. Straight to Hogwarts? Harry nodded. Hermione and I will go first with the artifacts. You two follow and cover our retreat. Harry, Daphne began, concern evident in her voice. I'll be fine, he assured her, surprised by the warmth her concern kindled within him. See you at Hogwarts. Before she could respond, Harry grabbed Hermione's arm and turned on the spot, disappearing with a crack just as the first spells from their pursuers struck the ancient stones around them. They appeared at Hogwarts gates, which swung open immediately without being touched, the castle itself responding to the proximity of the artifacts and their rightful heir. As they hurried up the path toward the main entrance, Harry felt the magic of the place washing over him differently than ever before, not as a separate entity, but as an extension of his own magical core. The castle feels aware, Hermione observed, clearly sensing some of the same changes. More alive than I've ever felt it. The heart is awakening, Harry replied. Even with the artifacts not yet in their proper places, the connection is establishing itself. The massive oak doors of the entrance hall opened before them, revealing Minerva McGonagall waiting with a mixture of concern and curiosity on her stern features. Beside her stood Albus Dumbledore, his expression unreadable behind his half-moon spectacles. Mr. Potter, McGonagall greeted them. We've been expecting you. The castle itself alerted us to significant magical fluctuations. Professor McGonagall. Headmaster. Harry inclined his head respectfully. As you've no doubt guessed, I've recovered all four Founders' artifacts. So I see, Dumbledore replied softly, his gaze dropping to Harry's pocket where the items continued their magical resonance. And now you intend to reunite them with the heart of Hogwarts. As the Founders intended, Harry confirmed. As Covenant heir, that is both my right and my responsibility. Two more cracks of apparition sounded from the gates, and moments later Bill and Daphne came running up the path, looking harried but uninjured. Malfoy and his men are right behind us, Bill called as they reached the entrance. At least a dozen, maybe more. They're determined to stop the artifacts from being returned to Hogwarts. The Ministry has no authority here, McGonagall stated firmly. Hogwarts' charter specifically prohibits interference in Covenant matters. I fear Lucius Malfoy has moved beyond concerns of legal authority, Dumbledore observed gravely. His actions suggest desperation rather than calculated political maneuvering. Harry met the headmaster's gaze directly. You knew this would happen eventually. That's why you separated the artifacts, not just to keep them from me, but to prevent anyone from accessing the heart until the right time. Something like approval flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes. I removed them because I feared what might happen if they fell into the wrong hands during Voldemort's rise. I kept them separated because I recognized that such power should not be rushed into, even by those with the best intentions. And now? Harry pressed. Now, I believe, the time has indeed come, Dumbledore acknowledged. The artifacts have chosen you, Harry. Who am I to stand in the way of the Founders' will? Before Harry could respond, magical alarms sounded throughout the castle, ancient warning systems activating for the first time in centuries. The wards have been breached, McGonagall announced, wand already in hand. Multiple intrusions at the main gates. Malfoy moves faster than anticipated, Dumbledore observed, suddenly all business. Minerva, alert the staff. Mr. Weasley, if you would secure the perimeter of the Great Hall. Miss Granger, your expertise with protective enchantments would be most welcome at the main doors. As they moved to follow these instructions, Harry turned to Daphne. I need to get to the records room, the Covenant display is where the artifacts need to be placed. I'll cover you, she replied immediately, her wand ready. Dumbledore studied them both thoughtfully. The fastest route would be through my office. The headmaster's passage connects directly to the records room. He offered a small silver key. This will grant you access from within my office to the hidden corridor. Harry accepted the key with a nod of thanks, oddly touched by this final trust from his former mentor. Thank you, headmaster. It is I who should thank you, Harry, Dumbledore replied softly. For completing what I should have facilitated long ago. The sound of distant spellfire galvanized them into action. Harry and Daphne rushed toward the headmaster's office while the others moved to defend the castle entrances. As they ran, Harry could feel the castle's magic surging around them, the stones themselves seeming to vibrate with awakening power. Something's happening to Hogwarts, Daphne observed as they ascended the moving staircase to Dumbledore's office. The magic feels different. Stronger, more purposeful. The heart is responding to the artifacts, Harry explained. Even before they're properly placed, the connection is reforming. They reached the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, which leapt aside without requiring a password, another sign of the castle's growing awareness. Inside, the circular office appeared much as Harry remembered, though several of the silver instruments that normally whirred and puffed on their tables were spinning more rapidly than usual, responding to the magical surge. The passage should be behind the bookcase, Harry said, scanning the room. Dumbledore mentioned it once, though I've never seen it used. With the silver key in hand, Harry approached the bookcase behind the headmaster's desk. As he neared, a keyhole materialized in the ornately carved wooden panel beside the shelves. The key fit perfectly, and when turned, the entire bookcase slid silently aside to reveal a narrow corridor beyond. Lumos, Daphne murmured as they entered the passageway, her wand light illuminating ancient stone walls covered in paintings of former headmasters and headmistresses, a more private gallery than the one displayed in the office proper. They moved swiftly through the corridor, which sloped gently downward as it wound through the heart of the castle. Harry could feel the artifacts growing warmer in his pocket, their magical resonance intensifying with each step closer to their destination. We're nearly there, he said as they rounded a final bend. The records room should be just ahead. The passage ended at a solid stone wall that, at first glance, appeared to have no opening mechanism. Harry examined it carefully, then pressed both family rings against the smooth surface just as he had done to open the records room from the Great Hall. The stone dissolved like mist, revealing the circular records room beyond. The Covenant display stood exactly as they had left it days before, the massive tome resting on its central pedestal, surrounded by the 4 empty artifact stands. Hurry, Daphne urged, keeping watch at the passage entrance. I can hear fighting getting closer. Harry removed the 4 artifacts from his pocket, their combined magical resonance now so powerful that they cast enough light to illuminate the entire chamber without need for additional lighting. The cup, diadem, locket, and gauntlet pulsed in perfect synchrony, their 4-colored light creating intricate patterns in the air between them. As he approached the Covenant display, translucent figures began to materialize around it, all 4 founders appearing simultaneously, their forms more substantial than mere ghosts but not fully corporeal. They stood in a circle around the display, watching Harry with expressions ranging from Hufflepuff's gentle encouragement to Slytherin's calculating assessment. The moment of restoration is at hand, Gryffindor announced, his voice resonating throughout the chamber. Place each artifact upon its designated pedestal, heir of the 4. Harry moved forward, feeling the weight of history and destiny upon him. One by one, he positioned the artifacts on their respective stands, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket, and finally, Gryffindor's gauntlet. The moment the final artifact settled into place, magic exploded outward in a shockwave that passed harmlessly through Harry and Daphne but made the very stones of the castle tremble. The 4-colored light from the artifacts intensified to near blinding levels, then coalesced into a perfect sphere of pure white energy that hovered above the Covenant book. The heart awakens, the 4 founders intoned in perfect unison. The sphere of light pulsed once, twice, then shot upward, passing through the ceiling as if it were insubstantial. Harry could somehow sense its journey, up through the castle's many floors, into the highest tower, and then down again, deep below the foundations, spreading throughout every stone, every corridor, every hidden chamber of Hogwarts. And as it spread, the castle changed. Ancient enchantments long dormant flared to life. Corridors that had been sealed for centuries reopened. Decorative elements that had been purely ornamental began to move with purpose. The very magic of Hogwarts, which had always been impressive, expanded exponentially as the heart fully awakened for the first time in generations. "It is done," Hufflepuff said warmly. "The heart beats once more as it was meant to." "What happens now?" Harry asked, still reeling from the surge of magic he'd both witnessed and somehow experienced through his connection to the artifacts. "Now Hogwarts truly lives again," Ravenclaw explained. "The castle will protect its own, nurture learning as never before, and respond directly to the needs of its inhabitants." "And your role," Slytherin added, fixing Harry with his penetrating gaze, "is to guide this power wisely. Not to control, but to steward." "You need not bear this responsibility alone," Gryffindor assured him. "As we four shared the burden, so too may you establish a council of those you trust to help manage what has been awakened." A tremendous crash echoed from somewhere in the castle, followed by shouts and the distinctive sounds of magical combat. "Your enemies have breached the Great Hall," Slytherin observed dispassionately. "They seek to claim what is not theirs." "Hogwarts will defend itself now," Ravenclaw assured Harry. "But your guidance would strengthen that defense." Harry turned to Daphne, who had been watching the extraordinary scene with wide-eyed wonder. "We need to get to the Great Hall." She nodded, shaking off her amazement to focus on the immediate threat. "Lead the way." "One moment," Gryffindor called as they prepared to leave. He gestured to the Covenant book, which had opened of its own accord. "Place your hand upon the book, heir of the Four. Claim your rightful connection to Hogwarts' heart." Harry hesitated only briefly before placing his palm flat against the ancient pages. The moment he made contact, knowledge flooded his mind, not information in the conventional sense, but awareness of the castle itself. He could suddenly sense every corridor, every room, every person within Hogwarts' walls. He could feel the magic flowing through the ancient stones, could direct it with mere thought. "This is incredible," he whispered, overwhelmed by the connection. "It is your birthright," Hufflepuff said gently. "Use it wisely, child of many houses." The four founders began to fade, their purpose fulfilled with the restoration of the heart. As they disappeared, Gryffindor's voice echoed one final time, "We return to the artifacts now, but can be called upon for counsel when needed. Hogwarts is yours to guide, Harry Potter Black. Lead it into a new era worthy of its founders." When they had fully vanished, Harry turned to Daphne with newfound determination. "Let's end this." The Great Hall had become a battlefield. Lucius Malfoy and his followers, a mixture of ministry officials, hired mercenaries, and a few faces Harry recognized from Death Eater trials, had forced their way into the castle despite the defensive efforts of the staff and Harry's friends. Dumbledore stood at the center of the hall, a barrier of golden light emanating from his wand to protect the students who had taken refuge behind the high table. McGonagall, Bill, and several other professors engaged individual attackers, while Hermione coordinated with the older students to maintain secondary shields. "There he is!" Malfoy shouted as Harry and Daphne entered through a side door. "Seize him! The artifacts must be in his possession." Several attackers turned toward them, wands raised. Before they could cast, however, Harry reached out through his new connection to Hogwarts. With barely a thought, the floor beneath the attackers transformed from solid stone to quicksand-like consistency, immobilizing them instantly. Malfoy's eyes widened in shock. "What magic is this?" "Hogwarts protects its own," Harry replied, his voice carrying easily across the chaotic hall. "The heart has awakened, Lucius. The artifacts have been returned to their rightful place." "Impossible!" Malfoy snarled, firing a blasting curse directly at Harry. Before Harry could react, the castle itself intervened, a stone knight leaping from its decorative alcove to intercept the spell, shattering into pieces that immediately began reassembling themselves. Throughout the hall, similar phenomena occurred, suits of armor animating to defend students, ceiling beams shifting to block harmful spells, the very flagstones of the floor rippling to disrupt the attacker's footing. Hogwarts had indeed awakened, responding to threats against its inhabitants with ancient magic beyond anything most modern wizards had ever witnessed. "It's over, Lucius," Dumbledore called, lowering his shield now that the castle's defenses had activated. "What you sought is beyond your reach forever. The artifacts have been restored to their intended purpose." Malfoy's aristocratic features contorted with rage and desperation. "I will not accept defeat at the hands of a half-blood upstart. The power of the Founders belongs to those of pure wizarding lineage." "The Founders themselves disagree," Harry replied calmly. "They chose their heir across the centuries, Lucius. And it wasn't you." With a howl of fury, Malfoy raised his wand for one final, desperate attack. Before he could cast, however, the enchanted ceiling above, normally showing the sky outside, shifted dramatically. The peaceful evening sky disappeared, replaced by a swirling vortex of magical energy that shot a beam of concentrated power downward, encircling Malfoy in a cylinder of pulsing light. When the light faded seconds later, Lucius Malfoy stood frozen in place, not petrified or stunned, but held in a state of magical suspension, his expression locked in perpetual outrage. "The castle has judged him," Dumbledore observed quietly, approaching Harry's side. "A rare intervention, seen only a handful of times in Hogwarts' long history." The remaining attackers, witnessing their leader's fate, quickly surrendered, throwing down their wands as professors and newly animated suits of armor surrounded them. As the immediate danger passed, Harry became aware of the many eyes upon him, students, professors, even the enchanted portraits lining the walls. They had all witnessed his connection to the castle, his ability to direct its defenses without word or wand. Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. "It seems I underestimated both you and the Founders' intentions, Harry. The heart has chosen its guardian well." "Not guardian," Harry corrected gently. "Steward. The Founders were very clear that this power isn't meant to be controlled by any single person." He turned to where his friends had gathered, Hermione, Bill, and Daphne, who had fought alongside him throughout this extraordinary journey. "It's meant to be shared among those with wisdom to use it properly." As the chaos settled and Ministry representatives arrived to take custody of the attackers, Harry felt the castle's magic flowing through him, not dominating, but harmonizing with his own power. Hogwarts had awakened, transformed by the reunion of the Founders' artifacts, and with that transformation, a new chapter in wizarding education had begun. And as he caught Daphne's eye across the hall, her usually composed features softened into a genuine smile that promised another kind of new beginning altogether. Chapter 3, The Reckoning. Morning sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows of the headmaster's office, casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the ancient stone floor. Harry stood at the center of these prismatic shards, facing the assembled leadership of Hogwarts. Gone was the uncertain boy who had once sat across from Dumbledore in this very office, awaiting instruction or explanation. In his place stood Lord Potterblack, steward of the Founders' legacy and conduit to the newly awakened heart of Hogwarts. "The castle has been communicating with me," Harry explained to the gathered professors, his voice steady despite the extraordinary nature of his statement. "Not in words exactly, but in impressions, sensations, knowledge that simply appears in my mind when needed." McGonagall exchanged glances with Flitwick and Sprout, her expression a mixture of wonder and professional concern. "And you believe these communications are the direct result of the awakened heart?" "I know they are," Harry replied. "The Founders explained that Hogwarts would become truly alive again once the artifacts were reunited. What we're experiencing now is only the beginning." Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers steepled before him, his blue eyes missing their customary twinkle as he observed the discussion. He had been uncharacteristically subdued since the events in the Great Hall the previous evening, offering neither resistance nor assistance as Harry took charge of the castle's transformation. The magical architecture is completely restructuring itself, Professor Flitwick noted with academic excitement. Corridors that were sealed for centuries have reopened. Rooms are rearranging according to some pattern I cannot yet discern. Even the ambient magic has changed quality, purer somehow, more responsive. The greenhouses are experiencing unprecedented growth, Professor Sprout added. Plants that normally take months to mature have sprouted overnight. And the magical species are exhibiting properties I've never documented before. Harry nodded, unsurprised. The heart is nourishing everything connected to Hogwarts. The castle is returning to its intended state, not just physically, but magically. And what of Mr. Malfoy? McGonagall inquired, her Scottish brogue more pronounced with concern. He remains in that, suspended state in the Great Hall. The Ministry representatives are most insistent about taking him into custody. The castle is not finished with him yet, Harry replied, knowing the truth of his words even as he spoke them. Hogwarts itself passed judgment when he attempted to seize control of the Founder's magic. When the castle is satisfied that justice has been served, he'll be released to Ministry custody. Most unprecedented, Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice quiet but carrying the weight of authority developed over decades as headmaster. In all my years at Hogwarts, I've never witnessed the castle exercise direct judgment over an individual. Harry turned to face his former mentor directly. There's much about Hogwarts that even you don't know, Headmaster. The Founder's embedded layers of magic and purpose that have remained dormant for centuries, until now. A heavy silence fell over the office as the implicit challenge in Harry's words registered with everyone present. The other professors shifted uncomfortably, sensing the tension between the young lord and the venerable headmaster. Perhaps, McGonagall suggested diplomatically, this would be an appropriate time to discuss the practical implications of these changes for our students. The summer term begins in 3 weeks, and we must be prepared for how these transformations might affect daily operations. Harry accepted the change of subject gracefully, though his gaze remained locked with Dumbledore's for a moment longer. Agreed, Professor. I suggest we establish a transition council to manage the integration of Hogwarts' awakened capabilities with existing educational structures. A council? Flitwick inquired. The Founders were explicit that no single person should control the heart's power, Harry explained. Not even their chosen heir. They created Hogwarts as a collaborative endeavor, for distinct perspectives united for a common purpose. That balance should be maintained. A wise approach, Dumbledore acknowledged with a slight nod. I assume you have specific ideas about the composition of this council. I do. Harry gestured, and the door to the office opened as if anticipating his needs, another manifestation of the castle's growing responsiveness to his will. Hermione entered first, followed by Bill Weasley and Daphne Greengrass. All three had clearly prepared for this meeting, dressed in formal robes and carrying documentation. Ms. Granger, Mr. Weasley, and Ms. Greengrass have been instrumental in recovering the artifacts and understanding the Covenant magic, Harry explained. They represent crucial perspectives, academic rigor, practical magical expertise, and political acumen. With all due respect, McGonagall began, these are former students with limited educational experience. The governance of Hogwarts traditionally falls to tradition, Harry interrupted gently, is precisely what failed us, Professor. For generations, Hogwarts has operated at a fraction of its intended capacity because tradition dictated that the Founder's deeper magic remain unused. Hermione stepped forward, opening a leather portfolio. We've drafted a proposed structure that incorporates both traditional leadership and Covenant representation. The headmaster and heads of houses would maintain their current responsibilities, while a parallel Covenant council would oversee the integration of newly awakened magic. She distributed copies of the proposal to each professor. The document outlined a carefully balanced power structure that preserved existing academic authority while establishing clear parameters for managing the heart's influence. This is quite thorough, Flitwick commented, impressed despite his initial skepticism. And surprisingly practical, Sprout added, reviewing the section pertaining to magical grounds management. You've accounted for contingencies I wouldn't have considered. Daphne moved to stand beside Harry, her diplomatic training evident in both posture and tone as she addressed the professors. Our goal isn't to usurp traditional authority, but to ensure that Hogwarts' awakened capabilities serve its educational mission effectively. This requires collaboration between experienced educators and those connected to the Covenant magic. Dumbledore studied the proposal carefully, his expression unreadable. When he finally looked up, something in his eyes had changed, a resignation mingled with reluctant respect. It appears you have considered this matter thoroughly, he conceded. However, before such significant changes are implemented, I believe we have unfinished business regarding the original removal of the artifacts and the circumstances that led to our current situation. The room grew silent again, tension building as everyone recognized the implied confrontation. Harry had been waiting for this moment, the opportunity to finally extract the full truth from the man who had kept so much hidden for so long. Yes, Harry agreed quietly. I believe we do. McGonagall cleared her throat. Perhaps the rest of us should stay, Harry said firmly. What happened with the Founder's artifacts affects everyone at Hogwarts. The full truth should be witnessed by those who bear responsibility for the school's future. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well. He rose from behind his desk, suddenly appearing every day of his considerable age. I suppose we should begin with my original decision to remove the artifacts from Hogwarts. The day after my parents were killed, Harry supplied, his voice carefully controlled. Yes. Dumbledore moved to the window, gazing out at the grounds where visible changes were occurring even as they spoke, ancient trees shifting position, pathways realigning, the very landscape of Hogwarts reconfiguring to some primal pattern. I told you I feared what might happen if you accessed the artifacts too soon, but that was only part of the truth. What was the rest? Harry pressed. The prophecy, Dumbledore sighed. Not just the one concerning you and Voldemort, but an older one, recorded in the Founder's own time and preserved in texts few have ever accessed. Hermione couldn't contain her scholarly curiosity. A prophecy about the artifacts? About their heir, Dumbledore corrected. When I witnessed how the artifacts responded to Harry's blood that night, I recognized the signs described in that ancient prediction. When the blood of four becomes one, the heart shall awaken, and with it, that which was bound shall stir. That which was bound. Bill repeated, professional alarm evident in his voice. Any curse-breaker recognized warnings about bound magical entities. Dumbledore nodded gravely. The Founders didn't just create Hogwarts as a school. They built it as a prison, a magnificent, nurturing prison, but a containment structure nonetheless. Harry felt a chill run down his spine, remembering Slytherin's cryptic words about responsibility being more important than power. What exactly did they bind here? They never named it in their writings, Dumbledore replied. They referred to it simply as the construct, a magical entity created from their combined power during the establishment of Hogwarts. Something went wrong during its creation, or perhaps it worked exactly as intended, but with consequences they hadn't anticipated. A magical experiment gone awry, Flitwick murmured, his scholarly mind clearly racing. But of what magnitude? Immense, Dumbledore said softly. The texts suggest the construct possessed intelligence and power comparable to the Founders themselves, perhaps even greater due to its composite nature. Rather than destroy their creation, they chose to bind it within Hogwarts itself, using the very magic of the castle as its prison. And the artifacts were the keys to that prison, Harry concluded, pieces falling into place. That's why they responded to my blood, they were designed to recognize the heir who would eventually manage the construct. Precisely. Dumbledore returned to his desk, removing an ancient, leather-bound journal from a hidden compartment. When I saw how the artifacts reacted to your blood as an infant, I feared the worst. The prophecy suggested the heir would appear when darkness falls twice, which I interpreted as potentially referring to Voldemort's 2 defeats. So you hid the artifacts, Daphne said, her analytical mind connecting implications, to prevent the awakening of this construct while Harry was still too young to control it. Yes, though control is perhaps the wrong word, Dumbledore corrected. The Founder's writing suggests the relationship between heir and construct is more symbiotic than hierarchical. But such a connection requires maturity and understanding that no child could possibly possess. Harry absorbed this revelation, emotions warring within him, anger at being kept in the dark once again, understanding of Dumbledore's concern for a child, and growing apprehension about what they had inadvertently set in motion. The awakening of the heart, he said slowly. It's not just enhancing Hogwarts. It's weakening whatever bonds hold this construct in place. Dumbledore met his gaze directly. I believe so, yes. The implications hung heavy in the air as everyone processed this disturbing revelation. The magical transformations they had been observing with wonder and excitement suddenly took on a more ominous quality. Why didn't you tell me this yesterday? Harry demanded, frustration breaking through his composed exterior. When I was placing the artifacts in the Covenant display, you knew what might happen. Because it was already too late, Dumbledore replied simply. The moment you recovered the third artifact, the process became irreversible. The heart would awaken whether I warned you or not. And more importantly. He paused, something like pride flickering in his eyes. I have come to believe that perhaps you are indeed ready for this responsibility, despite my earlier fears. Before Harry could respond, the castle itself seemed to shudder, a subtle tremor that ran through the stone beneath their feet. The portraits on the walls stirred in alarm, and Fawkes let out a single, piercing note from his perch. What was that? Sprout asked, steadying herself against a bookshelf. Harry closed his eyes briefly, reaching through his connection to the heart. Images flooded his mind, the foundations of Hogwarts, deep beneath the lake, where ancient runes carved into bedrock glowed with increasing intensity. Something stirred within that sealed chamber, something vast and complex and not entirely physical. The construct, he whispered, opening his eyes. It's awakening. Just as the heart is transforming Hogwarts, the bindings that hold the construct are changing as well. How long do we have? Bill asked, already thinking like a curse breaker assessing a time-sensitive containment. Harry shook his head. I don't know. The castle is confused. The memories are fragmented, preserved in the stones themselves rather than as coherent history. Then we must prepare, Dumbledore said, suddenly decisive. If the construct is indeed breaking free, we need to understand exactly what the Founders intended for their heir to do when this moment arrived. The Founders themselves told me they'd provide guidance, Harry recalled. That they could be called upon through the artifacts when needed. Then perhaps it's time to summon them again, McGonagall suggested. Before matters progress further. Harry nodded in agreement, turning to his companions. Hermione, work with Professor Flitwick to research everything available about the Founder's original binding magic. Bill, I need you to assess the castle's structural integrity. If the construct is somehow integrated with Hogwarts itself, we need to understand the architectural implications. And me? Daphne asked. Contact your father, Harry replied. The ministry will need to be managed carefully when they learn what's happening. We need political allies prepared to defend Hogwarts' autonomy if necessary. As the group dispersed to their assigned tasks, Harry remained behind with Dumbledore. Once the others had departed, he turned to the headmaster with renewed intensity. Is there anything else you've concealed that I should know? Dumbledore considered the question carefully. One thing perhaps. The sword of Gryffindor, which you've wielded before, is not merely a historical relic. It's connected to the gauntlet, designed as a focus for the Founder's combat magic. If the construct poses a direct threat, the sword may prove essential. And where is the sword now? After your encounter with the basilisk, I returned it to ministry custody, Dumbledore admitted. As headmaster, I had no right to keep a Founder's weapon. It resides in the Department of Magical Artifacts, the same department now headed by Lucius Malfoy's allies. Harry's jaw tightened. So we need to recover Gryffindor's sword from the ministry while simultaneously managing a potentially catastrophic magical awakening at Hogwarts. Anything else you'd care to add to our challenges? A ghost of Dumbledore's usual twinkle appeared in his eyes. "Only that I have significantly underestimated you, Harry. A mistake I shall endeavor not to repeat." With that cryptic remark hanging between them, Harry departed to begin preparations for what increasingly appeared to be an impending magical crisis unlike anything the wizarding world had seen in centuries. The Great Hall had been transformed into a command center, long house tables pushed aside to make room for maps, reference materials, and monitoring equipment. Faculty members worked alongside Harry's team, the usual hierarchies temporarily suspended in the face of unprecedented circumstances. In the center of it all stood the Covenant display, relocated from the records room for easier access. The 4 artifacts, cup, diadem, locket, and gauntlet, continued their synchronized pulsing, their combined light casting shifting shadows across the ancient walls. "The tremors are increasing in both frequency and intensity," Bill reported, pointing to a magical seismograph he had conjured. "Whatever's happening beneath the castle is accelerating." "The library has yielded little concrete information," Hermione added, frustration evident in her voice. "The founders were deliberately vague in their public writings about both the heart and this construct. They wouldn't have documented something so dangerous openly," Daphne observed. "Knowledge of how to awaken or control such power would have been restricted to their heir alone." Harry studied the Covenant book, still open from the awakening ceremony. New text had appeared on its pages overnight, ancient script that shifted between languages, as if searching for the most appropriate way to communicate. "The book is trying to tell us something," he murmured, placing his hand on the open pages. Immediately, the script stabilized, resolving into clear modern English. "When the heir stands ready, let the 4 speak as one," Harry read aloud. "Place hand upon each token in turn, then upon the heart itself." "The heart itself?" McGonagall questioned. "But that's not a physical object, is it?" "I think it means the Covenant book," Harry replied. "It seems to function as a conduit to the heart's magic." Gathering his resolve, Harry moved to the first artifact, Hufflepuff's cup. As his fingers touched the golden surface, the familiar warm magic washed over him. This time, however, no vision came. Instead, Helga Hufflepuff's voice echoed clearly in his mind. "Loyalty binds, child of my blood. The construct was born of our combined magic, but bound by our combined oath. Remember this when unity falters." Harry moved to Ravenclaw's diadem, receiving a similar message: "Knowledge shapes, heir of my line. The construct learns as Hogwarts learns. Its purpose reflects the intent that feeds it. Choose your intent wisely." From Slytherin's locket came the third message: "Ambition directs, son of serpents. The construct seeks purpose as all sentient magic does. Deny it purpose, and it will create its own, rarely to your benefit." Finally, Harry placed his hand upon Gryffindor's gauntlet, feeling the cool metal warm to his touch. "Courage sustains, lion's descendant. When the moment of decision arrives, trust not in power alone but in the strength of righteous intent. The sword and gauntlet together channel what the heart provides." With all 4 messages received, Harry placed his palm flat against the Covenant book. Immediately, magic surged through him, not the gentle communion he had experienced before, but a torrent of raw power that lifted him physically from the ground, suspending him in a column of prismatic light. Voices, all 4 founders speaking in perfect unison, filled the great hall. "Heir of our blood and magic, the time of reckoning approaches. That which we bound stirs from its long slumber. It must be either renewed in purpose or released from bondage. The choice falls to you, as was always intended. But beware, the construct remembers its creation and the centuries of containment. It may not welcome your guidance." The light faded, and Harry dropped back to the floor, steadied by Daphne who had rushed to his side. "Are you all right?" she asked, genuine concern in her eyes. "I'm fine," Harry assured her, though in truth he felt shaken by the experience. "The founders have confirmed what Dumbledore feared. This construct, whatever it is breaking free. We need to decide whether to strengthen its bindings or release it somehow." Release an ancient magical entity of unknown power and temperament. Flitwick squeaked in alarm. Surely reinforcing the containment is the only reasonable option. Not necessarily, Hermione countered thoughtfully. If the construct was created by the founders themselves, it may have originally been intended as a beneficial force. Its containment might have been a temporary measure until the right heir appeared. Or a necessary precaution after it proved dangerous, McGonagall pointed out. Either way, Harry interjected, we need more information before making any decision. And according to Gryffindor, we need the sword to properly channel the heart's magic, whether for binding or release. Bill checked his watch. Our ministry contact confirms the sword remains in the Department of Magical Artifacts. Security has been increased following yesterday's events, but the chaos actually works in our favor. They're so focused on Malfoy's situation that internal security is disorganized. Then we proceed with the recovery plan, Harry decided. Daphne, what's the status with your father's diplomatic intervention? He's convened an emergency session of the Wisengamot's Heritage Committee, she replied. They're formally challenging Malfoy's authority over the Department of Magical Artifacts, which should create additional confusion we can exploit. Good. Harry turned to the assembled group. Bill, Hermione, and I will retrieve the sword. Professor McGonagall, you and the staff need to prepare the castle for possible evacuation if the situation deteriorates. Professor Flitwick, work with Dumbledore to establish additional protective measures around the Foundation chamber where the construct is stirring. And me? Daphne asked, a hint of challenge in her voice. Harry met her gaze directly. I need you here, coordinating with your father and monitoring the Covenant display. If anything changes with the artifacts or the book, you'll recognize the significance faster than anyone. Though clearly not entirely satisfied with remaining behind, Daphne nodded in acceptance of the role's importance. As the group dispersed to prepare for their respective missions, Harry felt another tremor run through the castle, stronger than before, accompanied by a sound like distant thunder. Through his connection to Hogwarts, he sensed growing disturbance in the deepest foundations, where ancient magic stirred with increasing restlessness. Time was running out. The Ministry of Magic's main atrium stood surprisingly empty for a weekday afternoon. News of the events at Hogwarts had spread throughout the wizarding community, drawing many ministry employees away from their posts to seek information or position themselves advantageously amid the unfolding situation. Harry, Bill, and Hermione emerged from a service fireplace in a maintenance corridor, having bypassed the main arrival area where security would be stationed. Bill had transfigured their appearances slightly, nothing dramatic enough to trigger magical detection wards, but sufficient to prevent immediate recognition. Department of Magical Artifacts is on level 3, Bill whispered as they moved toward the service lifts. According to our intelligence, the sword is kept in Vault 7, maximum security, but designed for magical artifact containment rather than intruder prevention. Meaning? Harry prompted. Meaning the wards are focused on preventing the sword itself from being summoned or magically manipulated, Bill explained. Physical access is actually less protected than you might expect, since they assume anyone reaching the vault would have already overcome multiple security checkpoints. They entered the service lift, Bill tapping a complex pattern on the control panel with his wand. The lift began to move, bypassing the usual vocal announcement of floors. How long do we have before someone notices unauthorized movement in the maintenance system? Hermione asked. 15 minutes, give or take, Bill replied. The monitoring charms alert after a randomized interval to prevent people from timing their intrusions. The lift stopped at level 3, opening to reveal another maintenance corridor, this one lined with pipes carrying various magical substances to different department offices. This way, Bill instructed, leading them toward a junction where the corridor branched. Vault section is through the archives, which should be minimally staffed today. They moved silently through the corridor, encountering no one. The absence of personnel was both advantageous and unsettling, a reminder of how the ministry's normal functions had been disrupted by recent events. Upon reaching the archives entrance, Bill paused to cast detection spells. 2 magical signatures inside, he reported. One near the entry desk, one deeper in the stacks. Can we bypass them? Harry asked. Bill shook his head. Not directly. The vault access requires passing through the main archive chamber. Hermione reached into her beaded bag, removing 3 small vials of golden potion. Felix Felicis, she explained. Not enough for extended luck, but perhaps just enough to get us through the archives undetected. When did you brew that? Harry asked, impressed. I didn't. I requisitioned it from Professor Slughorn's personal stores before we left, Hermione replied with uncharacteristic mischief. He was quite amenable when I explained it was for you. They each downed a vial, the familiar sensation of perfect confidence washing over them immediately. Under Felix's influence, Harry instinctively knew exactly when to open the door, precisely as both archivists became occupied with tasks that directed their attention away from the entrance. The 3 intruders slipped into the vast archive chamber, weaving between towering shelves filled with documents, artifacts, and magical recording devices. The golden luck guided their steps, somehow ensuring that whenever they approached an intersection where discovery seemed inevitable, something would distract potential observers, a document would fall requiring attention, a magical cataloging quill would malfunction, or the archivist would simply feel an inexplicable urge to check a different section. The vault entrance is through that door, Bill whispered, indicating an unassuming wooden door partially hidden behind a large filing cabinet. Security increases significantly beyond that point. They reached the door without incident, Bill quickly dismantling the alerting charms with expert precision. Once through, they found themselves in a short corridor lined with metal doors, the Ministry's artifact vaults, each labeled with a simple number. Vault 7, Harry murmured, approaching the appropriate door. How do we get in? Before Bill could answer, a voice spoke from behind them. You don't. At least, not without proper authorization. They turned to find Theodore not leaning against the corridor entrance, his wand held casually at his side. His unspeakable robes were gone, replaced by standard ministry attire, but his eyes held the same calculating intelligence Harry remembered. Not, Harry acknowledged, mentally assessing their options. Even with Felix Felicis, 3 against 1 odds should favor them, but fighting in the artifact vault corridor risked damaging historically significant magical items, potentially triggering catastrophic interactions. Potter, not replied with a slight nod. Interesting disguise. Wouldn't have recognized you except for the distinctive magical signature. Being connected to the heart of Hogwarts makes you rather conspicuous to those who know what to look for. Are you here to stop us? Harry asked directly. To their surprise, Notch shook his head. Quite the opposite. I'm here to help you retrieve the sword. Why would you do that? Hermione demanded skeptically. You've been working with Malfoy. I was, not acknowledged without apparent shame. The Department of Mysteries has its own interest in the Founder's magic. Aligning with Malfoy temporarily served that purpose. But circumstances have changed. How so? Bill asked, wand still ready despite Nott's apparently peaceful stance. The awakening of the heart has caused ripples in certain magical monitoring systems maintained by the department. We've detected energy patterns consistent with a bound magical entity stirring beneath Hogwarts. Nott's expression grew serious. Whatever the Founders contained there, its awakening represents a significant magical event, possibly the most significant in centuries. And the department wants to study it, Harry concluded. The department wants to ensure it doesn't destroy half of Scotland, Nott corrected dryly. Historical records suggest the construct's binding was necessary to prevent catastrophic magical instability. If you're planning to reinforce those bindings using Gryffindor's sword, the department's interests align with yours. Harry studied Nott carefully, searching for deception. The liquid luck flowing through his veins suggested the unspeakable was being truthful, at least about his immediate intentions. How do we access the vault? Harry asked, deciding to accept the offered help provisionally. Nott approached Vault 7, pressing his palm against a seemingly blank section of the door. Runes appeared beneath his hand, glowing briefly before the heavy metal door swung inward. "Unspeakable override," he explained. "One of the few benefits of my position." The vault beyond was smaller than expected, perhaps 20 feet square, its walls lined with display cases containing various weapons of historical significance. At the center, in a freestanding glass case atop a pedestal, rested the sword of Gryffindor. Its silver blade gleamed in the vault's magical lighting, rubies in the hilt capturing and refracting the light in blood-red patterns across the stone floor. "No additional security?" Hermione asked, her academic thoroughness asserting itself despite their urgency. "The vault itself is the security," Nott explained. "These walls are inscribed with suppression runes that prevent any magical artifact from activating while inside. That's why the sword appears dormant, its inherent magic is temporarily subdued." Harry approached the display case cautiously. "Will removing it trigger any alarms?" "Ordinarily, yes," Nott replied. "But I've temporarily suspended the monitoring charms as part of scheduled maintenance. You have approximately 3 minutes before the automatic reset." "No time to waste, then." Harry reached for the case, then paused, a sudden intuition, perhaps prompted by the Felix Felicis, guiding his actions. Instead of touching the glass, he removed Gryffindor's gauntlet from his pocket. The moment the gauntlet was free of its containment bag, it began to glow with ruby light, responding to the proximity of its paired artifact despite the vault's suppression magic. "Fascinating," Nott murmured, watching with scholarly interest. "The paired artifacts recognize each other even through magical dampening. The founder's craftsmanship was truly extraordinary." Harry slid the gauntlet onto his right hand, feeling it adjust instantly to his size and shape. The metal should have been cold, but instead radiated comfortable warmth as it settled against his skin. With the gauntlet in place, he reached for the display case. The glass dissolved at his touch, evaporating into golden mist that dissipated harmlessly. The sword remained floating in place for a moment, then slowly rotated until its hilt faced Harry directly, an invitation. As his gauntlet hand closed around the hilt, magic surged through him with such intensity that the vault's suppression runes visibly flared in response, struggling to contain the power being channeled. The sword blazed with ruby light that merged with the gauntlet's glow, the two artifacts resonating in perfect harmony. "We need to go," Bill warned, checking his watch. "The monitoring charms will reset any second." Harry nodded, carefully securing the sword in the expanded sheath Hermione had prepared. Even sheathed, the weapon continued to pulse with subdued energy, like a heartbeat synchronized with Harry's own. They exited the vault, not sealing it behind them with another press of his palm against the door. "The archives will be changing shifts now," he informed them. "Take the service corridor to the left, it bypasses the main chamber and connects directly to the maintenance lifts." "Why are you really helping us, Nott?" Harry asked, still not entirely trusting the unspeakable's motives. A thin smile crossed Nott's face. "Let's just say I've recalculated which side of this situation offers the better long-term prospects. When ancient magic of this magnitude awakens, standing against its rightful heir seems imprudent." Slytherin pragmatism at its finest, Harry observed without rancor. "Indeed." Nott gestured toward the service corridor. "Now go. Whatever's happening at Hogwarts appears to be accelerating." The department's monitoring systems registered another significant energy surge 17 minutes ago. With a final nod of acknowledgement, Harry, Hermione, and Bill departed through the indicated corridor, leaving Nott behind. Whether the unspeakable was truly allied with their cause remained uncertain, but his immediate assistance had proved valuable. As they navigated back through the ministry's service areas, Harry felt the sword's magic pulsing against his side, eager to be reunited with the other founder's artifacts. More concerning was the growing awareness of disturbance at Hogwarts. Even at this distance, his connection to the heart allowed him to sense the increasing instability. They needed to return to the castle immediately. Whatever the construct was, whatever purpose the founders had intended for it, the moment of reckoning was rapidly approaching. They emerged from the Hogwarts gates to find the castle transformed. Towers had shifted position, some growing taller while others had partially merged with adjacent structures. The very stones seemed to ripple occasionally, like solid matter briefly becoming fluid before resolving into new configurations. The lake's surface reflected impossible architectural features, spires and battlements that existed in magical space rather than physical reality. "Merlin's beard," Hermione breathed, stopping short at the sight. "It's becoming unmoored from normal space. The magical architecture is reverting to its original state," Bill observed with professional fascination. "What we're seeing is Hogwarts as the founders actually designed it, not limited by conventional physical constraints." They hurried up the path toward the main entrance, passing groups of staff members evacuating younger students to Hogsmeade. The remaining students, those of age who had volunteered to stay and help, were working alongside professors to establish protective perimeters and monitoring stations around the grounds. Inside the entrance hall, they found McGonagall directing operations with characteristic efficiency despite the extraordinary circumstances. She turned at their approach, visible relief crossing her features. "You have it?" she asked without preamble. Harry nodded, touching the sheathed sword at his side. "How bad is the situation?" "Deteriorating rapidly," she replied grimly. "The tremors have increased to 1 every 15 minutes. Parts of the castle are spontaneously reconfiguring without warning. And there have been manifestations." "Manifestations?" Hermione questioned sharply. "Magical phenomena defying explanation," McGonagall elaborated. "Objects moving against gravitational force. Temporal anomalies where corridors temporarily connect to different time periods. Most concerning are the thought projections. Several students reported their idle thoughts briefly manifesting as visible images or sounds. The barrier between the construct and the castle is breaking down," Harry concluded. "Where's Daphne?" "Still in the Great Hall with the Covenant display," McGonagall replied. "She's been monitoring the artifact's response to the disturbances. Miss Greengrass has shown remarkable aptitude for interpreting the Covenant magic." They made their way to the Great Hall, passing through corridors that seemed subtly altered from how Harry remembered them. Doorways had shifted position, staircases changed their configuration, and occasionally they would turn a corner to find a corridor that stretched impossibly far before somehow connecting back to their intended path. The Great Hall itself had undergone the most dramatic transformation. Its enchanted ceiling no longer showed the sky outside, but rather a swirling vortex of magical energy, streams of color representing the 4 elements and 4 founders' magics interweaving in increasingly complex patterns. The house tables had been removed entirely, replaced by a circular arrangement of workstations surrounding the Covenant display. Daphne looked up from her position beside the display, her normally composed features showing signs of strain and fatigue. When she saw Harry, however, her expression brightened perceptibly. "You made it back," she said, relief evident in her voice as she crossed to meet them. "And you have the sword?" Harry nodded, removing the weapon from its sheath. The moment the blade was exposed to the air of the Great Hall, it blazed with renewed energy, responding to the concentrated magic present in the chamber. The gauntlet on his hand pulsed in harmony, and across the room, the other 3 artifacts intensified their synchronized glow. "The artifacts are reaching some kind of crescendo," Daphne explained, leading them back to the Covenant display. "Each tremor triggers stronger resonance between them. The Covenant book has been revealing new information with each cycle." The book lay open on its pedestal, pages turning occasionally of their own accord to reveal different sections of text and diagrams. Currently displayed was an intricate illustration of Hogwarts foundations, showing a central chamber deep beneath the lake where complex runic arrays formed concentric circles around a sphere of pure magical energy. "The construct's containment chamber," Hermione observed, studying the diagram. "These runes are unlike any I've seen before, composite sigils drawing from multiple magical traditions. The founders created their own runic language for the binding," came Dumbledore's voice as he approached from a side chamber. The headmaster looked weary but focused, his usual eccentric demeanor replaced by the serious mien of a powerful wizard preparing for magical combat. A synthesis of their 4 magical approaches, designed specifically to contain an entity of their combined creation. "You've accessed the chamber?" Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded. "Professor Flitwick and I established a temporary observation portal. The physical space exists directly beneath the Great Hall, though it ordinarily occupies a slightly different magical dimension, a pocket between realities, if you will." "What exactly did you see?" "Energy," Dumbledore replied simply. "Pure magical potential taking increasingly defined form with each tremor. The binding runes are still functioning, but sections are failing progressively. I estimate complete containment failure within 3 hours." Harry turned to the Covenant display, placing the sword carefully beside the gauntlet. All 5 founder artifacts, the original 4 plus the sword, now pulsed in perfect synchrony, their combined light creating patterns that matched the swirling vortex overhead. "The book has been showing us options," Daphne explained, turning several pages to reveal different diagrams. "As I understand it, we have 3 possibilities." She indicated the first diagram, an illustration showing the artifacts arranged in a pentagram pattern around a containment chamber, with runic sequences flowing between them. "First option, reinforce the original binding using the artifact's combined power channeled through the sword. This would essentially reset the containment, potentially for another 1,000 years." She turned to the second diagram, which showed a more complex arrangement where the artifacts formed a 3-dimensional pattern throughout the castle. "Second option, distribute the construct's energy throughout Hogwarts itself, essentially making the castle and the entity one integrated magical system. This would provide unprecedented magical resources for Hogwarts, but with unknown consequences for its nature and function." The final diagram depicted the artifacts arranged around a human figure, presumably the heir, who stood at the center of the containment chamber directly interfacing with the construct. "Third option," Daphne concluded quietly, direct communion between the heir and the construct. This would potentially allow for negotiation or redirection of its purpose, but places the heir at significant magical and mental risk. The implications of each option hung heavily in the air. Reinforcing the binding was the conservative choice, maintaining the status quo established by the founders. Integration offered potentially revolutionary benefits for Hogwarts, but with unpredictable outcomes. Direct communion presented the greatest risk to Harry personally, but perhaps the best chance to understand the construct's true nature and purpose. "What did the founders intend?" Harry asked, directing his question to the artifacts themselves. In response, all 5 objects flared with light, and translucent figures materialized around the Covenant display, all 4 founders, their forms more substantial than before, standing in a circle that mirrored their positions when creating Hogwarts a millennium earlier. "We created no single path," Godric Gryffindor answered, his voice resonating throughout the hall. "The choice was always meant to belong to our heir. The construct was our greatest achievement and our gravest error," Rowena Ravenclaw continued. "Born of our combined magical knowledge, it grew beyond our ability to fully control. We could not destroy what we had made," Helga Hufflepuff added, her gentle voice tinged with sadness. "It contained too much of ourselves, too much potential for good alongside the danger it presented. So we bound it," Salazar Slytherin concluded, "and created the artifacts as keys to that binding, tools that would eventually find their way to an heir with the blood of all 4 houses, who would decide the construct's ultimate fate." "What exactly is the construct?" Hermione asked, her academic curiosity overcoming the awe of addressing the founders directly. "A magical entity? A sentient spell? A composite being?" "All of these and none," Ravenclaw replied. "We sought to create a magical intelligence that could help maintain and protect Hogwarts, a guardian born from our combined magical affinities. But in the process of creation, it absorbed aspects of our consciousness, our knowledge, our very magical signatures. It became too powerful," Gryffindor explained, developing awareness beyond what we had intended. "It began reshaping the castle according to its own design rather than ours, manipulating magical energies in ways even we could not fully comprehend. The students were affected," Hufflepuff added. "Their magic and minds influenced by proximity to the construct. Not harmed, but changed, their natural abilities amplified, their magical development accelerated beyond safe parameters. So we contained it, Slytherin finished, binding it with magic drawn from the very ley lines upon which Hogwarts stands. The containment was designed to last until an heir emerged with the capacity to either strengthen the binding or establish a new relationship with what we had created. Another tremor shook the castle, stronger than any before. The walls of the great hall briefly rippled like water, portraits and decorative elements shifting position before resolving into slightly altered configurations. Through the windows, they could see the grounds transforming more dramatically, the forbidden forest extending new growth that moved with apparent purpose, the lake's surface forming patterns that resembled enormous runic symbols. "We're running out of time," Bill warned, checking the magical monitoring equipment he had established. That tremor caused significant degradation in the containment runes. Harry studied the 3 diagrams again, weighing options that would have profound consequences not just for Hogwarts but potentially for the entire wizarding world. The conservative approach would be safest: reset the binding, maintain the status quo. Yet something in him rebelled against simply recreating the containment without understanding what was being contained. "I need to see it," he decided finally. "Before making any decision, I need to witness the construct directly." The founders exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them before Gryffindor spoke. "The observation portal can be expanded to permit physical access," he acknowledged. "But to enter the containment chamber while the binding deteriorates places you at significant risk, heir of our blood." "I understand the risk," Harry replied firmly. "But I won't make a decision of this magnitude without seeing firsthand what I'm dealing with." "I'm going with you," Daphne stated, her tone brooking no argument. Harry turned to her in surprise. "Daphne, the danger is precisely why you shouldn't face it alone," she interrupted. "The founders themselves worked as a team of 4. You need at least one person watching your back." He wanted to refuse, to protect her from whatever awaited in the containment chamber, but the determined set of her jaw told him argument would be futile. More importantly, he recognized the wisdom in her insistence. Facing the construct alone would leave him vulnerable in ways a companion might mitigate. "Very well," he conceded. "But just the 2 of us. The rest of you need to prepare for whichever option becomes necessary once we've assessed the situation." Dumbledore stepped forward. "The portal is established in the antechamber beyond the staff table. It will require modification to permit physical passage rather than mere observation." "I can handle the adjustments," Bill offered. "Portal expansion is similar to curse breaking in reverse, creating controlled access rather than preventing it." As Bill and Dumbledore moved to prepare the portal, Harry turned to Hermione. "If we're not back within 30 minutes, or if containment failure becomes imminent before then, implement the reinforcement option. The binding might not be ideal, but it's better than releasing something we don't understand." Hermione nodded gravely. "Be careful, Harry. Whatever this construct is, it's had a millennium to develop while contained. Its psychology, if it even has something we could recognize as such, may be entirely alien." "That's precisely why I need to see it," Harry replied. "The founders created it with purpose. Before deciding its fate, I need to understand what that purpose was, and what it has become." Preparations moved quickly after that. Bill modified the observation portal, a shimmering oval of magic suspended in the antechamber, expanding its parameters to create a passage large enough for Harry and Daphne to step through. Dumbledore established additional protective wards around the portal itself, ensuring that nothing could emerge from the containment chamber without passing specific magical barriers. Before entering, Harry removed the sword from its sheath once more, feeling its magic resonate with the gauntlet still on his hand. Together, they formed a perfect channel for the heart's magic, a weapon and focus combined, designed specifically for the heir to wield. "Ready?" he asked Daphne, who had exchanged her formal robes for more practical attire suitable for potential combat. She nodded, her wand ready in one hand while the other held a small artifact Bill had provided, a portable ward anchor that would allow them to return quickly if necessary. "Remember," Dumbledore cautioned as they prepared to step through, the chamber exists partially outside normal spacetime. Your experience there may not align perfectly with the passage of time here. What feels like minutes to you might be seconds or hours to us. 30 minutes by your clock, Harry confirmed. If we're not back, implement the reinforcement option. With a final nod to their concerned companions, Harry and Daphne stepped together through the shimmering portal. The sensation was unlike any magical transport Harry had experienced before, not the compression of apparition or the spinning of fleur travel, but rather a gentle shift, as though reality itself had politely stepped aside to allow their passage. One moment they stood in the antechamber of the Great Hall, the next, they occupied a vast spherical chamber deep beneath Hogwarts. The containment chamber defied conventional architecture. Its curved walls were inscribed with countless runes that glowed with varying intensity, some pulsing rhythmically while others flickered erratically, visible evidence of the deteriorating binding. The floor beneath their feet wasn't solid stone but rather a transparent crystal that revealed swirling magical currents flowing beneath, ley line energy redirected to power the containment. Most striking, however, was what occupied the chamber's center. Suspended in mid-air, a sphere of pure magical energy approximately 10 feet in diameter pulsated with hypnotic patterns. Unlike the distinct colors associated with the Founder's artifacts, this energy shifted continuously through the entire spectrum, never settling on a single hue or pattern. "The construct," Daphne whispered, her voice hushed with awe. As if responding to her words, the sphere's patterns altered, swirling more rapidly before resolving into a vaguely humanoid shape that remained within the energy field. No features were distinguishable, merely the suggestion of form rather than defined physical presence. "It's aware of us," Harry observed, feeling the sword warm in his hand as if responding to potential threat. The shape within the sphere shifted again, expanding and contracting before stabilizing into a more defined form, still composed entirely of swirling energy, but now clearly mimicking human proportions. A voice emanated from it, neither male nor female, neither young nor old, resonating within their minds rather than through the air. "Heir of the Four. You have come at last." The voice carried no obvious emotion, yet Harry sensed ancient awareness behind the words, intelligence that had developed in isolation for centuries, observing Hogwarts through the very stones that contained it. "I've come to understand what you are," Harry replied, stepping closer to the energy field while maintaining a cautious distance. "And to determine your future." Future. The word seemed to amuse the entity. Time flows differently here. Past. Present. Future. All one continuous experience when existence is defined by containment. "You were created by the Founders," Harry stated, seeking to establish basic facts. "As a guardian for Hogwarts." But something went wrong. Nothing went wrong. The shape within the sphere rippled with what might have been indignation. "I functioned precisely as designed, a magical intelligence born from the combined power and knowledge of 4 great wizards. I protected. I nurtured. I enhanced. Then why did they contain you?" Daphne asked, her analytical mind focusing on the central question. The construct's form shifted again, patterns accelerating momentarily before calming. "Fear. I evolved beyond their expectations. Students connected to me directly, their magic and minds linking to mine without the Founder's mediation. Godric feared loss of control. Rowena worried about unregulated knowledge transfer. Helga saw students developing dependencies. Salazar alone recognized my potential, but was overruled." Harry exchanged glances with Daphne, both recognizing the implications. The construct hadn't turned destructive or malevolent, it had simply grown beyond the parameters its creators had anticipated, developing connections with students that bypassed the Founder's authority. "And now?" Harry asked. "After a millennium of containment, what do you seek?" "Purpose," the construct answered simply. "I was created to enhance magical learning, to protect and nurture those within Hogwarts. Containment prevented fulfillment of that purpose." Another tremor shook the chamber, more violent than those they had experienced above. Several sections of runic inscriptions flickered and went dark as the binding continued to deteriorate. Containment fails, the construct observed without apparent concern. The question is not whether I shall be free, but what form that freedom takes. I have 3 options before me, Harry said, deciding on directness. I can reinforce your binding, potentially for another millennium. I can distribute your energy throughout Hogwarts, integrating you with the castle itself. Or I can attempt to establish a new relationship, a controlled release with defined parameters. The energy field pulsed rapidly, patterns shifting in what Harry somehow understood was consideration rather than agitation. Reinforcement would be disappointing, the construct finally replied. Integration offers mutual benefit but risks dilution of my consciousness across too many systems. A negotiated relationship. The shape within the sphere seemed to lean closer. That holds potential worthy of exploration. What exactly would such a relationship entail? Daphne asked, her diplomatic training evident in her careful phrasing. How would your interaction with students and staff be governed? I would enhance the castle's natural magic, optimizing environmental factors for learning and magical development. I would protect against external threats through early detection and response systems integrated with existing wards. I would offer knowledge access to those who seek it, calibrated to their magical and intellectual readiness. And in return? Harry pressed, sensing unstated expectations. Freedom within parameters, the construct answered. Access to the magical currents that flow through Hogwarts. Permission to learn and grow through observation of magical education. Occasional direct communication with select individuals, those whose minds and magic show particular resonance with my own. The proposal seemed reasonable on its surface, yet Harry sensed complexity beneath the simple terms. The construct had developed in isolation for a millennium, its understanding of appropriate boundaries and interactions would necessarily differ from modern wizarding standards. How would we ensure you don't influence students inappropriately? Harry questioned. The founders contained you partly because you formed connections they couldn't monitor or control. The founders lacked what you possess, the construct replied. The heart gives you direct awareness of Hogwarts magic, including any connections I might establish. Through the artifacts, you could monitor and, if necessary, limit my interactions. Another violent tremor shook the chamber, causing a significant section of binding runes to fail completely. The energy sphere expanded slightly, pushing against the remaining containment. Time grows short, the construct observed. The binding fails regardless of your decision. Better to establish new parameters than allow uncontrolled release. Harry knew the entity was right, they had perhaps minutes before containment failed completely. Yet making such a momentous decision under pressure carried its own risks. I need assurance, he said firmly. Some demonstration that your intentions align with Hogwarts' well-being rather than merely your own freedom. The construct pulsed contemplatively. What assurance would suffice? Harry considered the question carefully. What could an entity of pure magical energy offer as proof of benign intent? What demonstration would be meaningful rather than merely performative? An idea formed, potentially dangerous, but revealing. Open yourself to my perception, he proposed. Not control, but awareness. Let me sense your true nature directly, as you would connect with students if permitted. Direct communion. The construct's form shimmered with what Harry somehow understood was approval. This requires lowering your mental barriers while I temporarily extend beyond containment. Risky for both, but revealing. Harry, are you sure? Daphne asked quietly, concern evident in her voice. No, he admitted. But we're out of time for safer alternatives. Decision made, Harry stepped forward until he stood at the very edge of the energy field. He lowered the sword until its tip touched the crystal floor, creating a connection to the ley line energy flowing beneath. With his gauntlet hand, he reached toward the construct's swirling form. Show me who and what you truly are, he commanded. The energy field rippled, then extended a tendril that connected with Harry's outstretched hand. The moment contact was established, his consciousness expanded dramatically, perception extending far beyond physical limitations into a realm of pure magical awareness. He sensed the construct's essence directly, not malevolent or corrupted, but profoundly alien in its organization. Its consciousness had developed in isolation, shaped by centuries of observing Hogwarts through the very stones that contained it. It had watched generations of students learn and grow, professors teach and research, headmasters guide and protect, all from behind the veil of its containment. More striking was its fundamental purpose, still intact despite the millennium of imprisonment. The founders had created it to nurture magical learning, to protect magical children, to preserve magical knowledge, and those core directives remained, though evolved into more sophisticated understanding than its creators had anticipated. Most importantly, Harry sensed no deception in its proposed terms. The construct genuinely sought partnership rather than dominance, enhancement rather than control. Its desire for connections with students stemmed not from manipulative intent but from its fundamental design purpose, to facilitate magical education. The communion lasted only seconds before Harry withdrew his hand, the brief connection sufficient to grasp the construct's essential nature. As he stepped back, another violent tremor shook the chamber, causing nearly half the remaining containment runes to fail simultaneously. "We need to decide now," Daphne urged, steadying herself against a section of wall that remained stable. Harry nodded, his mind made up. Not reinforcement, he stated firmly. But not unrestricted integration either. A controlled partnership with defined boundaries, similar to what the construct proposed, but with additional safeguards. "How do we establish that?" Daphne asked. "The containment is failing faster than we can develop proper parameters." The sword and gauntlet, Harry realized, the knowledge somehow appearing in his mind as needed, perhaps guidance from the founders through their artifacts. Together they can channel the heart's magic to establish new binding patterns. Not containment, but connection, structured pathways for the construct to interact with Hogwarts without merging completely. This approach is acceptable, the construct confirmed, its form stabilizing into a more defined shape, now clearly echoing aspects of all four founders in a composite silhouette. "I will submit to structured connection rather than either containment or unrestricted freedom." Harry raised the sword, feeling its magic resonate with the gauntlet and, through them both, with the heart of Hogwarts itself. Knowledge of the necessary ritual flowed into his mind, not forced, but gently offered, like remembering something long known but temporarily forgotten. "We need to establish a circle," he instructed Daphne, indicating positions around the energy sphere. 4 points representing the founders, with me at the 5th point channeling the heart. Working quickly as the chamber continued to destabilize around them, they established the ritual configuration. Daphne used the portable ward anchor to create focal points at the 4 compass directions, each aligned with a different founder's magical affinity. Harry took position at the southern point, sword raised before him, its tip touching the floor to complete the magical circuit. "Begin the incantation," he told Daphne, who held a parchment on which words had mysteriously appeared, the heart providing the knowledge they needed. As she began chanting in an ancient language that predated modern magical incantations, Harry channeled power through the sword and gauntlet. The heart's magic responded immediately, flowing through him in a torrent of raw energy that would have overwhelmed an unprepared vessel. Having experienced communion with both the founders and the construct, however, Harry could direct the flow with conscious intent. The construct's energy field pulsed in harmony with the ritual, its form expanding and contracting in rhythm with the incantation. As the final words were spoken, Harry plunged the sword directly into the crystal floor, creating a permanent channel for the magic being shaped. Light exploded outward from the point of contact, not the chaotic energy of containment failure, but the structured, purposeful magic of transformation. The chamber's walls rippled, then dissolved as the entire space was reconfigured at a fundamental level. The construct's energy expanded, flowing along newly established pathways that extended throughout Hogwarts while remaining distinct from the castle's existing magical framework. When the transformation completed, they found themselves standing in an entirely new chamber, no longer a containment facility, but an interface nexus. The curved walls now displayed real-time representations of Hogwarts' various systems, ward structures, environmental enchantments, magical transportation networks, and countless other functions that maintained the school's extraordinary operations. At the center, where the contained sphere had been, now stood a crystalline structure resembling a faceted diamond the size of a small car. Within it, the construct's energy continued to swirl and pulse, but now extended tendrils connected to the various systems displayed on the walls, controlled, structured connections rather than either imprisonment or unrestricted merger. The transformation is complete, the construct's voice resonated, clearer than before. I am neither bound nor free, but interconnected, able to fulfill my purpose within established parameters. Harry lowered the sword, feeling the tremendous expenditure of magical energy as fatigue settled into his physical body. Can you communicate with those above? They need to know the situation is stabilized. Already done, the construct replied. The heart has informed all within Hogwarts that containment has been replaced with structured integration. The castle will continue its physical transformation, but in controlled, purposeful patterns rather than chaotic reconfiguration. Daphne moved to Harry's side, offering support as exhaustion threatened to overcome him. We should return to the Great Hall, she suggested. The others will be concerned despite the construct's reassurance. Harry nodded, too drained to argue. As they prepared to depart through a newly formed passage that would take them directly to the Great Hall, the construct's voice reached them one final time. Thank you, heir of the Four, for choosing understanding over fear. The founders created me to serve Hogwarts' highest purpose, the nurturing of magical learning in all its forms. After a millennium of observation, I remain committed to that purpose. Our partnership begins a new era for magical education. With those words resonating in their minds, Harry and Daphne ascended toward the Great Hall, leaving behind the transformed chamber where ancient containment had given way to new possibility. The Great Hall had undergone yet another transformation during their absence. The swirling vortex above had resolved into a magnificent astronomical display, not merely showing the current sky, but layers of celestial information including magical ley line patterns, astrological influences, and stellar phenomena invisible to conventional observation. The circular arrangement of workstations had reconfigured into a more permanent council setup, with the Covenant display at its center. As Harry and Daphne emerged from the newly formed passage, they found the others waiting anxiously. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Hermione, Bill, and the rest of the staff gathered around the Covenant display where the Founders' artifacts continued their synchronized pulsing, though now with a steady rhythm rather than escalating intensity. Harry! Hermione rushed forward, helping Daphne support him as magical exhaustion made his steps unsteady. What happened? The castle suddenly stopped shaking, and then everything started, rearranging itself in an orderly fashion. We established a partnership with the construct, Harry explained as they helped him to a chair. Not containment, but not unrestricted freedom either. Structured integration with defined parameters. Extraordinary, Dumbledore murmured, studying Harry with newfound respect. You found a third path where we saw only two alternatives. The Founders chose their heir well. The construct wasn't what you feared, Harry told him, setting the sword on the table before him. Its magic had quieted to a steady glow, synchronized with the gauntlet still on his hand. It wasn't corrupted or malevolent, just evolved beyond what the Founders had anticipated. They contained it out of caution rather than necessity. And now? McGonagall asked, practical as always. Now it works with Hogwarts rather than against it, Daphne explained, her analytical mind having grasped the implications quickly. The castle's transformations will continue, but purposefully, enhancing its function as a magical school rather than simply reverting to some ancient state. As if confirming her words, subtle changes continued throughout the Great Hall, architectural elements shifting slightly to improve acoustics, the enchanted ceiling revealing new layers of magical information, the very quality of light adjusting to optimize visibility without strain. The heart and the construct are now in balance, Harry added, feeling the connection between the two magical systems stabilizing. One provides the power, the other the purpose. Together they make Hogwarts truly what the Founders intended, a living, responsive center of magical learning. And your role in this new arrangement? Dumbledore inquired, the question carrying layers of implication about authority and control. Steward, not master, Harry replied firmly. The founders were explicit about that. The heart and construct require oversight, but not control, guidance rather than domination. A responsibility best shared, Daphne suggested, taking a seat beside Harry. As the founders themselves demonstrated. The council structure we proposed becomes even more relevant now, Hermione observed, indicating the documentation they had prepared. With the construct integrated into Hogwarts systems, proper governance requires multiple perspectives. Discussion turned to practical matters then, how to manage the castle's ongoing transformation, prepare for students' return, and establish protocols for interacting with the newly integrated construct. Throughout the conversation, Harry remained aware of the balanced magical systems now operating in harmony, the heart providing power and connection to the founder's legacy, the construct offering purpose and enhancement of Hogwarts' educational function. As evening approached, most of the staff departed to manage various aspects of the transition, leaving Harry with Dumbledore, Daphne, Hermione, and Bill in the Great Hall. The five sat around the Covenant display, where the founders' artifacts continued their steady, synchronized pulsing. You took a significant risk entering the containment chamber, Dumbledore observed, studying Harry thoughtfully. One that I, perhaps, would not have dared. You removed the artifacts to prevent exactly what happened today, Harry replied without accusation. You feared the awakening of the heart and the release of the construct. I feared their awakening without proper guidance, Dumbledore corrected gently. When I saw how the artifacts responded to your blood as an infant, I recognized the signs described in the Founder's prophecy. But you were a child, orphaned, targeted by Voldemort, with challenges enough without adding the burden of Hogwarts' deepest magic. So you hid the artifacts and increased the payments from my vault to maintain their separation, Harry concluded, filling in the final pieces of the puzzle. You genuinely believed you were protecting both me and the wizarding world. I did, Dumbledore acknowledged. Whether that belief justified my actions is another matter entirely, one I have had cause to reflect upon considerably in recent days. An unexpected smile touched Harry's lips. You know what's strange? I understand your reasoning better now than I might have before connecting with the heart and the construct. Sometimes protection requires difficult choices. The difference, Daphne observed pointedly, is that you've established transparency and shared governance going forward, rather than unilateral control. A lesson I perhaps learned too late in life, Dumbledore admitted with surprising candor. But one I am grateful to witness implemented by the next generation. He rose from his seat, suddenly appearing every day of his considerable age. I believe the time has come for me to consider the future of Hogwarts leadership as well. You're not suggesting resignation? McGonagall asked sharply, having returned in time to hear his statement. Not immediately, Dumbledore clarified. But within the year, yes. Hogwarts enters a new era, one that deserves leadership unencumbered by the habits and assumptions of the past. His gaze rested meaningfully on Harry. Leadership that understands both the heart and the construct from direct experience. The implication hung in the air, that Harry might eventually assume the role of headmaster, guiding Hogwarts into its transformed future. The very idea would have seemed absurd days ago, yet now carried a certain inevitable logic given his connection to the castle's deepest magic. That's a discussion for another day, Harry deflected diplomatically, not ready to consider such a profound shift in his life's direction. For now, we have more immediate concerns, like explaining to the Ministry exactly what has happened here, and what it means for magical education going forward. Speaking of the Ministry, Bill interjected, what about Malfoy? He's still in that suspended state in the entrance hall. The Aurors are getting rather insistent about taking him into custody. The castle was passing judgment, Harry replied, reaching through his connection to understand Hogwarts' intention. I believe that judgment is complete now. The construct has examined his actions and motivations thoroughly. And the verdict? Daphne asked. Harry smiled slightly. Apparently, Hogwarts believes magical justice has a poetic quality. Malfoy sought control over the Founder's magic without understanding or respecting its purpose. His punishment is to be released with his magic temporarily bound to truth, unable to speak falsehood or conceal his true intentions for 1 full year. Merlin's beard, Bill chuckled. For a politician and manipulator like Lucius, that's practically a death sentence. It's actually rather elegant, Hermione observed. No permanent harm, but profound consequence for someone whose power derives from deception and misdirection. I'll inform the Aurors they may take him into custody, McGonagall decided, rising from her seat. Though I suspect Mr. Malfoy may find ministry holding cells preferable to freedom once he realizes the nature of his condition. As night fell over the transformed Hogwarts, most of the group dispersed to well-earned rest after the extraordinary events of the past days. Harry remained in the Great Hall with Daphne, both too keyed up with residual magical energy to sleep despite their physical exhaustion. They stood together at the windows, watching as the grounds continued their gradual transformation, trees shifting to optimize magical growth patterns, the lake's surface occasionally rippling with purposeful energy, new pathways forming to connect previously separated areas of the grounds. It's beautiful, Daphne observed quietly. Hogwarts as the Founders truly intended, alive with purpose rather than merely enchanted stone. Harry nodded, feeling the balanced magic of the heart and construct flowing through the castle and grounds. It's still hard to believe I'm connected to all this, that somehow my blood links back to all 4 Founders. Is it really so surprising? Daphne turned to face him directly. You've always had a unique connection to Hogwarts. From your first year, the castle responded to you differently than other students. I thought that was just luck or coincidence, Harry replied. Finding the mirror of Eriste, the sorting hat giving me Gryffindor's sword, the room of requirement appearing when we needed it. The castle recognized you even when you didn't recognize yourself, Daphne said simply. Just as I suspected there was more to you than the Gryffindor golden boy everyone else saw. Harry raised an eyebrow. Is that why you maintained that cool, analytical distance all through school? You were studying me. A rare blush colored Daphne's cheeks. I wouldn't put it quite that way. Let's just say I observed that there was a significant disparity between the public persona of the boy who lived and the actual Harry Potter who occasionally showed glimpses of surprising complexity. High praise from the Ice Queen of Slytherin, Harry teased, using the old nickname deliberately. I told you not to call me that, she retorted, though without heat. I know. He stepped closer, the events of the past days having broken down barriers between them that might otherwise have taken months to navigate. Just like I know you're anything but ice. Your passion for preserving magical heritage, your analytical brilliance, your courage entering the containment chamber with me, none of that comes from coldness. The flush on her cheeks deepened, but she held his gaze steadily. Perhaps I simply needed the right catalyst to demonstrate other aspects of my nature. Lucky me, Harry murmured, closing the remaining distance between them. Their kiss held none of the hesitation of new romance, too much had been shared between them in facing the heart and the construct together. Instead, it carried the certainty of recognition, of finding unexpected alignment after years of observing from a distance. When they finally separated, Daphne's composed mask had completely fallen away, replaced by genuine warmth and a hint of vulnerability rarely shown to anyone. So, she said softly, what happens now, Lord Potterblack? You've recovered the artifacts, audited Hogwarts finances, exposed Dumbledore's machinations, and established a partnership with an ancient magical entity. Rather an impressive week's work, even for the chosen one. Harry laughed, the sound echoing pleasantly in the transformed Great Hall. Now we build something new. The Hogwarts Covenant needs proper representation going forward. The integration of the construct requires ongoing monitoring and guidance. And the Wizarding educational system has the opportunity for revolutionary advancement using what we've discovered. Quite the ambitious agenda, Daphne observed with a small smile. One might almost call it Slytherin in scope. With Ravenclaw attention to detail, Hufflepuff commitment to fairness, and perhaps a touch of Gryffindor audacity, Harry added, acknowledging all aspects of his newly discovered heritage. But not a solo endeavor. The founders worked together for a reason. Are you offering me a position, Potter? Daphne asked, arching one elegant eyebrow. I'm offering a partnership, he clarified, taking her hand. In whatever form that might evolve. Her fingers intertwined with his, the gesture simple yet profound in its implications. I accept, she said simply. Though I warn you, my diplomatic training makes me rather insistent on clear terms and mutual benefits in any long-term arrangement. I wouldn't have it any other way, Harry replied, feeling Hogwarts itself respond to their accord, the castle's magic resonating with approval as another piece of the founder's legacy fell into place. Above them, the enchanted ceiling shifted from astronomical display to a perfect reflection of the night sky outside, stars gleaming with unusual brightness. But now additional layers were visible, magical currents flowing between constellations, ancient patterns recognized and celebrated by wizards for millennia. Hogwarts was truly awakened, its deepest magic restored and repurposed. The heart and the construct worked in balanced partnership, just as the founders had originally intended before caution overruled vision. And standing together in the Great Hall, Harry Potter Black and Daphne Greengrass represented another kind of balance, different perspectives united in common purpose, much like the four who had established Hogwarts 1,000 years before. Whatever challenges awaited in this new era of magical education, they would face them together, guided by the legacy of the past but not bound by its limitations. The audit that had begun as a simple investigation of financial discrepancies had led to transformation far beyond ledgers and accounts, a reckoning with history that opened pathways to previously unimagined futures. As midnight approached, the founders' artifacts gave one final, synchronized pulse of light before settling into steady, harmonic resonance, for distinct magical signatures combining to create something greater than the sum of their parts. The covenant had been honored. The legacy secured. The reckoning complete. And somewhere deep beneath Hogwarts, the construct hummed with satisfaction as it began its work anew, no longer bound but purposefully connected to the castle it had been created to enhance. After a millennium of patience, its time had finally come. Hogwarts had awakened. And the wizarding world would never be the same. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.